You're listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Podcast, powered by AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel Systems. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel Fuel System doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance told Fox News last night that a framework agreement with Iran will keep the Strait of Hormuz open and bar Tehran from obtaining nuclear weapons, calling it a verification-based deal that ties sanctions relief to strict compliance and inspections.
We don't trust anyone. We do verify, and we do extend this hand and say, look, if you guys are willing to change, we're willing to change how we've dealt with you too.
Final details are being worked out before the formal signing on Friday. Green algae has returned to the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool in Washington just days after a roughly $14 million renovation was completed. Officials say warm weather and circulation issues are contributing. Questions are mounting over a costly project that appears to have delivered little lasting change. Vice President J.D. Vance is commenting on the Major League Baseball Bible verse controversy.
Vice President J.D. Vance is weighing in on a growing controversy involving Major League Baseball after players on the San Francisco Giants reportedly wrote Bible verses on caps during a Pride Night game. The MLB later issued a warning saying the practice violates uniform rules. Vance commented on social media, drawing sharp reactions online as the debate continues over free expression, league policy, and workplace standards records in professional sports. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Over a third of Americans project a grim view of the nation's future.
According to a newly released Reuters Ipsos poll, 38% of respondents said the U.S. is not going to exist 250 years from now, while 62% thought it will last. When looking along party lines, 40% of Democrats said the U.S. will not endure another 250 years, while 26% of Republicans agreed as well. Polling also found 64% of respondents said American democracy was in danger of failing, which is up from 57% in August. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A manhunt is underway after a gunman opened fire inside Wilmington Hospital in Delaware, killing a person, injuring another.
The suspect is outstanding at this time, and we are actively working to identify, confirm his identity, and locate him.
Wilmington Police Chief Wilfredo Campos says the hospital was placed on lockdown and the suspect remains at large with the victim's condition not yet released. Lawmakers have passed a $355 billion California budget, and a candidate for governor is weighing in.
The Assembly approved the plan late Monday after the Senate signed off earlier, beating the deadline in Sacramento. Republican gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton criticizes the spending as the total is higher than Governor Gavin Newsom's $349 billion proposal and would be the largest in state history.
More spending, more borrowing billions. I've been going through it. Running deficits, draining the reserves, and worst of all, when we have the highest cost of living in the country, more and higher taxes.
Now lawmakers and the governor have 2 weeks to finalize and sign the budget. I'm John Fink.
U.S. Senate candidate Dan Sullivan is celebrating as Alaska election officials have disqualified U.S. Senate candidate Dan Sullivan. Two men, same name. Only one will appear on the 2026 ballot, citing ineligibility and concerns over voter confusion in the closely watched race. The move follows allegations of a scheme to exploit name similarity in the June 15th, 2026 election cycle. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All righty, cue the microphone just like that. Here comes a brand new day. And would you look at that? Yes, indeed. Midweek coming our way. Hump Day. How about it? So, trust your week's going well. Midweek coming on. Turn the page on the calendar. From coast to coast, we'll make our way into the 17th day of June. Hard to believe, already into the second half of the month of June here. And away we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, almost a cool night outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, might have a few sprinkles coming our way through the overnight hours. A very active day. Could be a destructive, potentially deadly day in the offing. Compliments of Mother Nature. Forecasters have been sounding the alarm the last couple of days. And the continued rising risk of a tornado outbreak coming our way later today through the heart of Illinois, Indiana. We did indeed see several confirmed tornadoes impacting portions of Indiana this past evening, a few hours ago. Some of the storm chasers catching video confirmed tornadoes there. That's just the calm before the main event comes our way later today. The forecast hasn't changed a whole lot since we last spoke. But let's break it down for you. Here's what we have. A new severe weather outbreak will impact an already storm-weary region. The bulk of those storms later today into Wednesday night. Multiple tornadoes are likely. Some could be strong and long-lived. Some severe thunderstorms developed in the Midwest again this past evening. But today, Wednesday, setting up to be a dangerous day. All modes likely to occur, ranging from powerful wind gusts and tornadoes. Hail, frequent lightning, flash flooding will all be in the mix. There is a significant risk to lives and property due to the impending severe weather. They tell us widespread, long-lasting power outages will be possible, along with extensive travel delays. AccuWeather breaks it down. A strong area of low pressure, unusually intense for this time of year, will be sweeping across the Midwest. This storm's going to be interacting with plentiful, warm, humid air, setting the stage for widespread, damaging thunderstorms and wind gusts. The potential for multiple tornadoes. Indeed, there could be a swarm of tornadoes if the individual thunderstorms, say, stay separated or discrete for an extended period of time versus merging into a solid line, like a squall line, with more straight line damaging winds. Regardless, thunderstorms later today and Wednesday night, these storms could be moving perhaps 70 miles per hour. That's going to leave very little time for preparations as a storm maybe approaches your area. It's very important to have an immediate way to receive warnings. Wind gusts to 85 miles per hour will be common in the strongest storms due to the fast-moving nature. AccuWeather said we could see gusts approaching 105. Yeah, some of the tornadoes could be intense and on the ground for miles. Now, that risk will extend well into the late night hours Wednesday across the Ohio Valley. Nocturnal tornadoes, obviously very dangerous, hard to see, most people sleeping. Yeah, the Midwest has already been the epicenter for severe weather this year. Last week alone, the multi-day outbreak, more than 500 damaging wind reports. Preliminary count, 74 tornadoes. Illinois, you're going to be adding on likely to that tornado total, where you've already seen 145 tornadoes here in 2026. Now, the risk for severe weather will begin to shift into the northeast by Thursday. After a couple days of dry, cool conditions here for this time of year, Thursday, severe weather extending from northern New England southward to Virginia and westward to include much of Kentucky. The main threats by Thursday will be strong wind gusts and flooding downpours. Now, speaking of flooding downpours, a totally separate system, a separate area, as we look toward the Gulf Coast region. We've already seen some flooding rains impacting portions of Texas. That's going to be really beginning to ramp up as we continue through the rest of the week. A mass of showers and thunderstorms that has been sprawled across Texas and northern Mexico in the last several days. South Texas, it's consolidated into a tropical rainstorm this past day. Forecasters are giving it a 60% chance to become Tropical Storm Arthur by today. Life-threatening flooding, property damage, disruptions to commerce and travel may unfold as inches of rain pour down, regardless of the official designation. All this gathering of moisture from the former Eastern Pacific Tropical Storm Christina is going to track northeast along the Texas coast between now and Thursday. All right, the key to whether this tropical rainstorm will focus enough wind energy to garner a named Tropical Storm Arthur, it's going to hinge on the proximity to the warm waters in the Gulf. For the National Hurricane Center to declare a tropical storm has formed and been given a name, they must have a defined circulation with maximum sustained winds of 39 miles per hour or greater. At 10 a.m. this past morning, the Hurricane Center did issue a potential tropical cyclone for the area of interest, projecting the storm will become Arthur again at some point here on Wednesday. Tropical Storm Watch has have issued for the northwest Gulf Coast from Sargent, Texas to Morgan City, Louisiana. While tropical storms have formed over swampy areas along the Gulf, ideally the center of this storm would have to be over the Gulf to further organize and strengthen. The open waters is what it needs. Because of the forecast short duration near the Gulf, rapid intensification to a hurricane is not likely. But the concern for forecasters about this particular setup is going to be the sheer amount of torrential rain and flooding. A significant flood risk exists each day for the remainder of this week, shifting slowly eastward from Texas today to Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, even portions of Georgia for the second half of the week. The tropical rainstorm or potential tropical storm Arthur is going to enhance the moisture in areas of rain that are already in place. So much rain can pour down, in some cases 2 to 3 inches per hour, would easily overwhelm storm drains. This area can further amplify the flood risk starting overnight tonight along the Texas coast, extending into the Houston area as we progress through Wednesday. That could coincide with, of course, you've got a World Cup match coming up Wednesday afternoon there. The match is an indoor match, so it's not going to impact the game itself, but flooding could cause road closures and dangerous travel conditions for the tens of thousands that are going to be headed into the event. In terms of total rainfall, a broad zone where 4 to 8 inches of rain is forecast from South Texas to eastern Alabama. In that zone, there will be a pretty significant area seeing 8 to 12 inches of rain over a multiple-day period. Yeah, the rivers in Texas will be at risk for flooding in the coming days. Yeah, along with the risk of flooding, tropical rainstorm or tropical storm hovering near the coast will be generating some wind with rough surf and choppy seas for much of this week over the northwestern third of the Gulf. Locally, severe thunderstorms will add to the strong wind gust risk, with even the potential for a few tornadoes or waterspouts to develop from upper Texas coast to southern Louisiana and the panhandles of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. They tell us tropical storm force wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour are possible along the upper Texas coast and the western part of the Louisiana coast. Yeah, from later overnight tonight on into the day Wednesday. There will be some storm surge, maybe 1 to 3 feet anticipated near and to the north and east of where that center of the storm ultimately moves inland. There you go. A couple of areas of concern as I kind of zoom in on the radar at this point in time. We've got rain from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. The heaviest rainfall still offshore. When you put things in motion, you can see some of the circulation that's going to begin pulling some of these storms from about Freeport, Texas, Freeport to Galveston, eventually again going to be sweeping through the Houston area through the day ahead. Round the country, 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board. A new day comes our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, speaking of the World Cup, bringing hundreds of thousands of visitors from all around the planet. A couple of weather-impacted games, or matches, I guess you'd say. Coming up in Toronto, the upcoming match between Ghana and Panama could be one of the coolest and wettest so far. This match taking place in Toronto Stadium, which does not have a roof and is exposed to the elements. Forecast for rain showers during the match, temperatures about 65 degrees. But with the clouds, the rain, breezy conditions, it's going to feel like the maybe upper 50s throughout the match, they tell us. Fans attending need to be prepared for the rain. Bring a jacket or a poncho. Umbrellas are not allowed in the stadium, they say. So weather for this will be significantly different from the match in Toronto that took place on the 12th when it was dry, warm. Canada defeated Bosnia-Herzegovina in that particular match. Weather will become one of the biggest storylines. Players, fans facing different conditions across North America. The hottest open-air venue, Monterrey, Mexico. Historically, average July highs climb into the mid-90s. Miami and Kansas City won't be far behind, with the heat and humidity challenging conditions for the players and the fans. Some of the hottest cities, however, have a built-in advantage. Matches that take place in Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, Vancouver, and Los Angeles, in climate-controlled stadiums with a retractable or permanent roof. So helping to shield the teams from the worst of the summer heat. Now, we are talking Houston today. Fans headed to Houston for the World Cup match between Portugal and the Democratic Republic of Congo should be aware of the potential for flooding, as we just mentioned, as that tropical rainstorm is going to be moving through the Gulf Coast. Monitoring all that moisture along the stationary front that could develop into a tropical storm as the day progresses. Vice President of Forecast Operations said the brewing tropical rainstorm will create a significant risk throughout the week ahead here. By overnight tonight, this tropical rainstorm forming off the Texas coast could amplify the flood risk along the Texas coast, extending again into the Houston area through the day Wednesday, coinciding with the World Cup match this afternoon. Now, the match is indoors, as we mentioned, but flooding could cause road closures and dangerous travel conditions. The Portugal versus Democratic Republic of Congo match gets underway at the noon hour Central Time today, indoors at Houston Stadium. Again, fans to and from the match, as well as those attending what they call the World Cup Fan Festival, need to be prepared for travel delays and possibly some flooding concerns. Welcome aboard. Jeffrey was first out of the box tonight. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Checking in from southern Florida. Hello to the tapeworm. 64 degrees Smiths Grove, Kentucky tonight. Got a load of shingles headed down to Nashville. All right, drivers, be safe out there. Top of the morning from Evan Williams. There's Bob in Michigan. Brent checks in from the Mile High City. Clear, 77 degrees at this hour. Steve, did you see the Rockies scored like 23 runs against the A's a couple days ago? They usually don't score that many runs in a month. They also beat the Cubs today. Maybe, just maybe, they won't end up in last place. Maybe second to last would at least be a step up. All right, very good. Yeah, someone mentioned it was 2020. Yeah, they bounced back and won the following match after giving up 23 runs the previous day. Guardian of Chaos checking in, 51 degrees, mostly clear at this hour in the Nutmeg State, warming up to 80 for a high here on Hump Day. Stay safe all. Thanks for the ride, good sir. Man, oh man, I love this show. Well, thank you for being a part of the show. Santa Claus, top of the morning. Steve, fellow truckers, 72 Elk Grove, California. We are monitoring my Sacramento A's game at this hour, tied up 5-5 in the 8th inning. All right. Bill, good morning, all. What's happening today? 55 degrees here, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, on the Pizza Shuttle Express tonight. Update from the Sunday evening standoff that involved the Dodge County Sheriff's Department. One of our deputies is now home recovering after being shot several times, once in the leg, once in the chest by the drunken suspect. Thank God for the vest which protected his life. Standoff ended when the suspect took himself out. Press conference can be found on any of the Milwaukee or Madison or Dodge County Sheriff's Department Facebook page to get the whole story. Thank the good Lord for sparing our deputy's life. And be safe out there, drivers. Watch your six. All right, we got 66 Logistics. Good evening, all. Check it in from the Windy City tonight. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 68 degrees. It's been kind of spitting rain. Did have some showers this past day. It was enough to get the Braves game suspended at the bottom of the second. They'll resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I guess it's kind of like almost a doubleheader. Nightcap at 7:15. I hope they can get them in with the rain that could be coming our way again today. Wildcat and I going shopping tomorrow. Get some clothes, get prepared for our Alaskan cruise. All right, enjoy that. News of service of industrial injection as we get the new day underway. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been reached, but senators such as Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley say Congress has not yet been briefed on the terms.
It would be better, from my point of view, if we had had it in our hands yesterday, and I don't see a reason why we haven't had. We have not been briefed on it. We haven't been told that we're going to have a briefing.
The agreement would bar Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and they must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The full text has not yet been released. 6 men have been arrested in Florida after federal agents say they kidnapped 2 people from the Margaritaville Hollywood Beach Resort in May. Prosecutors say the victims were threatened, robbed, and one was tortured with a blowtorch during the ransom attempt before escaping.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups hours today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Good to have you on board. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. You'll see what 4020 has going on. Welcome aboard.
Hey there, Steve. I haven't talked to you for a while. I don't call in much. I usually don't have much to say that anybody want to listen to. But I heard you and I listened to the podcast. I've been on medical leave, so I don't listen live. I just listen to the podcast. And I heard you and Rambler talking last night, and you was talking about there at the end was the Nealons. You said some of them got killed in a plane crash, and I'd never heard that. I grew up. Mom and Dad took me and my brother to all the gospel singings, and I remember them. They used to be, it was the Lefevres, and then Rex Nealon was the bass, and
then it was
his daughter.
Then it became the Rex Nealon Singers.
Rex Nealon.
Yep,
the Rex Nealon Singers, and but I had never heard that they had got killed in a. Because I remember when Rex Nealon's daughter, she was singing with them when they were the Lefevres. And I saw them at this small church out pretty close to where I live, that surprised. Wow. So I guess Rex probably been dead for a while.
Yeah, right. Old. Correct. Yeah, and I think anyway. I'm thinking it's been maybe a year and a half ago when that plane crash occurred. I know Kelly Nealon Thompson. I think was her married name Thompson. Yeah, she was one. And I can't recall. I think 3 in total were killed in the crash.
I never heard that. Mom and Dad, they used to always go to the National Quartet Convention every year. I mean, they were just they just loved you know what I'm talking about, the gospel, Southern gospel. And I grew up with that. I mean, I saw J.D. Sumner, back then, J.D. Sumner and the Stamps, and I saw the Crownsmen, the Kingsmen, and a whole bunch of different groups. I didn't see the Masters 5, but I saw them. You know, I saw them on TV and stuff. But I've always loved. I still listen to it all the time. The gospel music, quartets, and. I'd never heard that. And when I heard you and Brother Rambler talking about that, I said, man, I didn't know. Because probably the lady that you were talking about, Kelly, she was probably the one that I saw when I was like, this would have been in the 70s. So I'd have been about 13 years old. And, as soon as I heard that, wow, I'm going to have to stay up a little later tonight and call, find out, because I had no idea. I'll have to ask Mom about it, but I'm sure she knows, but she just didn't say nothing. Right. Because they would go to those conventions, and they knew all these groups. I mean, they knew them personally. And, but that's really all I got. Yep. And then another thing, did your wife get over the shingles? How did she come out with the shingles?
It was a pretty lengthy battle, but she did finally get over it.
Okay. See, I had them things when I was about 18 or 20 years old, and I had them things, and I didn't know what it was. I thought it was I went and got some fertilizer for our crops. And it was impregnated with this chemical weed killer, and it was in a fertilized buggy. Some of these people know what I'm talking about. And I thought that it was hot, and I was sweating, and I rubbed my head, and the next day it started acting up. Right. And it ended up, it was shingles. Mom said, I think you got the shingles. So I went to the doctor, and I said, Mom says I got shingles. Oh, no, you ain't got the shingles. I said, you ain't old enough for that. Oh, okay. So, and and it just kept getting worse. He was giving me medicine that made it worse. And then I went you remember the Bob Braun show? Absolutely. Okay, he had this dermatologist on. He was on there all the time. His name was Dr. Bark. So I made an appointment Mom made me an appointment with Dr. Bark. He was in Lexington. And so I went there, and as soon as I walked in and, sat there in the waiting room a little bit and everything, and then go back in the little room where you have to sit and wait on the doctor to show up. And he come in, and as soon as he looked, before he asked me anything, he said, you got the shingles. And I said, well, hell's fire. I said, that's what Mom said, but the doctor in Maysville said, there ain't no way you ain't old enough. That's what it was. I had them up on my forehead, above my eye. And, man, it lasted for a while. It was painful, and it left those lesions. But, it took it forever to go away. So, but it finally did, and I haven't had any problems since. Right. Now, did your wife have them on? Most people have them on like like on their belly or something.
Hers were like on the neck, and back of the head, down her neck, and down on on her shoulder area. Yeah.
So she's over it now. It's all done.
All gone. Yes, thank goodness.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I remember when you was talking about that. Of course, like I said, I never call in. I never have anything to say that anybody would want to ever listen to. But I listen all the time. But yeah, good. I'm glad she's doing good and got over all that. Yeah. Hopefully they don't. I've never had any problem since. I'm 64, and I ain't had any problem with them again. But I know they make this shingle shot, but I've never took that. But well, I guess that's about all I got.
Well, great to hear.
Like I said, I listen all the time. I really enjoy the show. I've listened since way back with your dad, way back in the 80s. when he done with Charlie Douglas and the Clinton Bugle and all, you know. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Me and Damn It Ray, absolutely.
Funny stuff.
You know, you mentioned Bob.
Yeah, Damn It Ray.
Going back, Bob Braun, when I first started working with my father all those years ago, what was it, 96, I think, when I started. Yeah, Bob Braun, the TV show had ended years ago, but he did a morning show on a sister station in the same floor we were on, and I got to cross paths with him morning after morning.
Okay.
And once he retired from the radio,
I bet he was a good guy, wasn't he?
He was larger than life. Yeah, in person, it was.
Yeah.
He's such a cool guy. And then after he retired, he got ill, and of course, ultimately passed away. And then none other than Nick Clooney replaced him, and I got to cross paths with Nick every morning for several years.
Well, Nick just lives not too far from me, and he was bigger than life for me. I remember him, and this was when I was little. Paul Baby Dixon, you remember Paul Dixon had the morning show?
Yes, sir.
And then Nick Clooney had a show in the morning too. It was, I don't know what it was. It was like the same thing. It seemed like they set up on tall stools, and he would have different people. But Paul Dixon was funny. I mean, that was good. And I was just a kid, and of course I watched Uncle Al and Captain Kangaroo and Skipper Ryle, and then Paul Dixon, and then every day at 12 o'clock, Bob Braun. Well, back then it was 50-50. Well, it was Ruth Lyons. And then it was changed to the 50-50 club, and then it was Bob Braun. And he always had national people, good, big Bob Hope and big people like that.
Yeah.
And it was good to watch. We watched it, I mean, every day. Of course, we grew up on the farm, and every day at lunchtime, 12 o'clock, we'd be in there eating dinner, and then we'd have TV on. And he was even on the radio, too. It was simulcast on WLW, I think, at the same time with the TV. And I don't know, it was just big time. He always loved it because he would have, Sparky Anderson or Pete Rose or Johnny Bench.
Yep.
And it tickled me because I would see them guys, and they would be in with their sport coats, and they didn't have their Reds uniforms on. And I thought that was, when you're a kid, you just think, why ain't they got their Reds uniforms on? They had on their suits and ties. And, when you're a kid, you just, you can't absorb that. But, it was just funny. But, that Bob Braun, that was a big thing. And when he passed, it hit me awful. I never met the guy, but it hurt me, because I grew up with him.
Absolutely,
every day.
Yeah,
it was awful. And then of course his son Rob, he done the news there, and then of course you're talking about Nick Clooney, and he just lived down here in Augusta. I ain't too far from there, and not every time I go, but a few times I've seen him a few times, and I'll see him, and I'll talk, and he'll just stand there and talk to you all day long. I mean, he's just a good guy, and he's got the same voice that he had with the news. And I asked him, I said, you got the same voice as you had, on the news
all them years ago?
How is it? He said, yeah. And he said, well, that's just the way you get used to doing that. And he's a really good guy. And he told me that, but he'll stand there and talk to you all day long. But that's
little stroll down memory lane, 4020.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, man, we ain't too far off from age, and so the same things that I do about Cincinnati, and it's all good.
Good deal.
Like I said, I just wanted to see about the Nealons. I really had never heard that, and I got Brother Rambler's phone number in my phone. Heat Wave give me a bunch of phone numbers, and I've talked to Plowboy and a bunch of other ones, Philip from Florida, and a whole bunch of them. Yeah, Gilligan. Yeah, I've talked to a bunch. I'm not very often, and Eskimo Mom. and so they all know me. But I've kind of dropped off because, like I said, I've been on medical leave, and I don't listen at night, and I never hardly call. I listen all the time. I'm one of them. But like I said, I really don't have anything that people ever want to listen to. But like I said, you what we've talked about tonight, me and you, we know what we're talking about, but
Absolutely.
Nobody else probably knows. Eskimo Mom might, but
folks that grew up in this region of the country anyway. I mean, all those, Nick Clooney, Bob Braun, all the Paul Dixon, those were fixtures in the region here. Yeah, Dixon, I was very young back in the 70s, and that's the days where they'd bring out the girls that had the hot shorts on, shorty shorts. Even in this, that was kind of like breaking on television. Little risque, I guess they would say. Yeah, very risque for that era. All right, 4020. Hey, great to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. It's 844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
So undoubtedly the storm chasers and the tornado hunters from all over the country, all pretty much headed in the same direction tonight. Rolling up into northern and central Illinois, Indiana, be staging for the day ahead. One of those storm chasers is Adam Lucio. Right about an hour ago, after reviewing the latest data here for Wednesday, offering his thoughts, he said, I pulled over at the Buc-ee's in Springfield, Missouri, have dinner and check out the latest data. The HRRR brings a much larger, stronger blob of convection through the state of Illinois this morning, which we talked about yesterday, which kind of shunts, as they say, the effective boundary a bit further south. But intense tornadic storms quickly redevelop by about 4 in the afternoon, but are also further south in this case than some of the previous model runs. And that's one of the possible scenarios we discussed. The overall forecast remains on track. It's going to come down to how far north this recovery does or doesn't get. In other words, the showers that move through early in the day tend to kind of stabilize the atmosphere. If those storms can move out, you get some sunshine that recharges the atmosphere. That's kind of the questions they're trying to answer. Yeah, the timing of that morning round, the lead round, is a potential fail mode for a more significant event. If we don't indeed get the recovery in time and our forceful frontal forcing ends up stronger, this a less unstable air mass that would promote a more rapid transition to what they call linear mode, straight line cluster of showers and thunderstorms, but they will still be intense nonetheless. Either way, the ceiling is very high for Wednesday, but it's a fine line between will this be a historic tornado outbreak and an intense line of damaging winds with maybe a couple of tornadoes mixed in. Could go either way. Which will it be? Of course, like I said, all the chasers headed that way. Reed Timmers getting in place there with the Dominator. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388 as we get the new day underway. So word comes down this past day. Could have been a very, very ugly scene unfolding Sunday night during the America 250 USA Freedom 250 event. A two-wave terror plot aimed at the White House over the weekend. Disrupted ultimately. Now, the early report said 5 suspects in custody. Overall, there were supposedly 23 individuals involved. Using a combination of bomb-carrying drones and sniper teams, the attackers planned to turn that UFC Freedom 250 into a scene of carnage Sunday. In a post on social media X, FBI Director Kash Patel cited the rapid action of the FBI, our partners, and the Department of Justice in what was a multi-state operation, putting a halt to the attack before it got off the ground. Supposedly, the FBI became aware of the plans last Wednesday, a week ago today. One individual was arrested somewhere in Ohio. Investigators discovered encrypted chats on the Signal messaging app that involved 23 users in total, revealing plans to use drones laden with explosives to target buildings near where the event was being staged at the White House South Lawn. The plan was, in the ensuing chaos, a sniper team would go to work on the crowd trying to get out of the area. One of those allegedly involved in the plot told investigators the aim was to capitalist elites, billionaires, or as Fox News put it, politicians who received donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. While the result represented the best of intelligence work, it was also nothing out of the ordinary for this law enforcement team, said Patel, doing their job protecting the people. We are built to detect, respond to, and bring justice to those who threaten the lives of American citizens. Moving over, they have now identified some of the suspects who had been apprehended. A 19-year-old Tyson Proper of Ohio, one of those suspects, Brian Omar Rowe, Michael Allen Thomas of California, suspects in Missouri and Nebraska were also arrested on Monday. Again, as investigators revealed, 23 people involved in the plot. A screenshot of an affidavit posted by Bill Mulligan of Fox News, said Thomas told authorities the aim of this and subsequent attacks was to bring about the overthrow of the U.S. government ultimately. Yeah, Thomas believed the U.S. government is run by an elite group of individuals who sacrifice and consume infants, who were deeply involved in the Jeffrey Epstein and now being protected by Donald Trump. I mean, these deep over-the-edge people. Members of the group believe the United States need to be torn down from top to bottom so it could be rebuilt. Now, according to the plan, Fredericksburg, Virginia, was going to be the meeting place from which the conspirators would then head to Washington, where on Sunday they planned to hold a demonstration on the north side of the White House. With that as one distraction, members of the group would then fly small, unmanned aircraft or drones with unspecified explosive devices that would detonate over the north side of the UFC arena. As attendees and what the group called high-value targets being evacuated to the south, snipers from the group would be waiting to pick off attendees that they wanted to kill. More to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he plans to send a peace deal with Iran to Congress with a memorandum of understanding extending a 60-day ceasefire and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, while negotiations continue over Iran's nuclear program. In exchange, the U.S. will lift sanctions and end a naval blockade.
Trump has yet to give Americans a reason to believe that this latest peace deal won't leave them disappointed again.
Unless you were homeschooled by a day drinker, no one's confident that Iran's going to do anything.
Senators Chuck Schumer and John Kennedy expressing skepticism ahead of the Friday signing in Geneva. Dan Bongino is warning of evolving drone terror threats.
Former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino says the alleged plot targeting a White House UFC event highlights an evolving terror tactic involving coordinated second-wave attacks. Bongino says investigators believe explosive drones were intended to create chaos and redirect crowds toward additional threats. Authorities say the FBI and Secret Service disrupted the plan before it could be carried out, with multiple suspects now in custody. Officials warn that cheap, rapidly advanced advancing drone technology is becoming a growing security concern. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture has requested California to share information about people who use CalFresh as part of a nationwide effort to stop fraud.
CalFresh helps low-income residents buy groceries with monthly food stamps. California and other Democratic states have challenged the federal government's efforts in court. California is the top state for SNAP spending, helping about 5.5 million residents, spending over $12.5 billion last year. Michigan, Illinois, and New York also received subpoenas. John Summers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A court in Manchester, England has found teacher Jamie Varley guilty of sexually and physically abusing as well as murdering his adopted 13-month-old son Elijah in July of 2023. He only had the baby for 4 months. This is the audio from the police interview.
Have you done anything to cause Elijah's? No. Has John? No. As far as you're aware? No. As far as I'm aware, no. And the trust you would never do that. As far as we can see, Elijah, when he came into your care, was a healthy baby with no injuries. We have not caused Elijah's death.
His partner, John McGowan, was convicted of permitting the death after abuse involving sexual and physical assaults against that child. The Oregon governor has declared a wildfire state of emergency.
Governor Tina Kotek says increasing heat, dry conditions, and shifting winds can cause wildfires to grow. The declaration gives the Oregon Department of Forestry and State Fire Marshal access to resources they need to coordinate a response to fires. Oregon Emergency Management will activate the state's comprehensive emergency management plan, and the Oregon National Guard can be activated as necessary to help fight wildfires. I'm Brad Ford.
A real estate agent in Faulkner County, Arkansas, discovered more than 50 black rat snakes inside and around a vacant home while preparing it for sale.
100% non-poisonous to humans, real prone to catch mice and rats.
Wildlife officials say the non-venomous snakes likely entered due to a heavy rodent and nesting bird food source on the property. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
That just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
speed, and away we go. Another day comes our way. Yeah, we'll turn the page. 17th day of June. And a shout out to Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. Hey, it's 4 days till Dad's Day, first day of summer. 17 days till Independence Day. Finishing up a drop and hook at my store. Head back to the yard and do it all over again. Yeah, my company's been sending out messages over our tablet. Yeah, warning of the tropical development on the Texas coast. Yeah, later today, going to be interesting for the Great Lakes. Round one for western Ohio had Auglaize County, which is just north of my home 20, under a tornado warning earlier tonight. Haven't heard yet about any damage from that storm. Right now, partly cloudy, 70, Owensboro, Kentucky. And hello to James, morning, cloudy, 68 degrees, Woodstock, Georgia. We actually have a flash flood watch here around the metro Atlanta. Yeah, watching potentially for the tropical storm remnants, maybe heading this direction in the coming days. All right, Kevin checking in. Kevin Dieter, morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Jason passing through Sioux Falls, South Dakota. 70 degrees, cloudy skies, but dry roads on the way. Pick up a load of alfalfa in the morning. Headed back to Ohio. Be safe out there. Mark with us once again. Good morning, Steve, from a sunny United Kingdom. Stay safe over there in the USA. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. What day is it? Well, it's maybe come 400 hours. It'll become official. Foreigners from other countries. I can respect this country more than the Trump derangement syndrome leftist, believe it or not. Fact. Oh, there you go. And yeah, there's somebody that recognized all those names. 4020, Uncle Al, Captain Wendy, Paul Dixon, Skipper Ryle. Yes, sir. If you grew up in this area, in the Cincinnati area, yeah, late 60s, early 70s, most kids at some point in time got to make a visit to appear at the Uncle Al show. I was one of those. Seemed like every kid in town, it was a real treat. You had to go to the Uncle Al show. Gary Montgomery, did you go to the Uncle Al show when you were a kid? Morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew this hump day. Hello, Scrapyard, checking in, waving all five. Good to have you. Iron Duck, morning overnight crew, checking in from Traskwood, Arkansas. Got a load of shingles headed south of Pittsburgh. Right now, 71 degrees. There you go. Keep it rubber side down. That's the name of the game. I guess Marsha Blackburn, the senator from Tennessee, one of those who was specifically on the list of targets for the potential terror attack over the weekend. The thwarted drone attack targeting her and other pro-Israel figures. This morning, she reacted to those revelations that the suspect, Tyson Proper, allegedly identified her as a direct target because she had taken money from Israel and supported the Jewish state. She said, this is so chilling for all Americans. You have people that have so much vitriol in their hearts for individuals that support the nation of Israel and stand with Israel. She defended the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, noting that the first word in AIPAC is America, describing its supporters as Jewish Americans and many Christian Americans who back policies that strengthen Israel and the U.S.-Israel relationship, said she learned on Saturday that she had been named in one of the documents connected to the investigation and was informed authorities had already thwarted the planned attack. We got the heads up on Saturday that we were named. Didn't really have any further detail, but we attended anyway. She said attending the American 250 celebration with her grandson. Said the plot was particularly troubling because of the potential danger posed to so many innocent bystanders. One of the things that concerns me is the harm that it does to individuals that are around us. Individuals attending public events are coming to meet us, but praising federal law enforcement for disrupting the scheme, saying Americans should be grateful that agencies are working to keep the American people safe. All right. See what Grump has. What's on your mind, Grump? Morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's amazing. Did you happen to see those idiots that were the pictures of them?
I did see some of the mug shots, yes.
You're talking about a ragtag bunch of damn losers. They crawl out of their parents' basement just long enough to create some havoc. And, the sad part about it is, Steve, is we have the Bernie Sanders and the Hakeem Jeffries and the AOCs and all the rest of these jackasses that are whipping these dumbasses up into a frenzy. And now they're acting on their stupidity. And they're going to jail, and the people that are causing all the damn problems, the behind-the-scene problems, are going back to Congress, to pass more stupid-ass bills that they think is near and dear to the Americans' hearts. I have just about had enough of listening to all this socialism crap. And, it just blows your mind that you got all these people right now that they want the easy way out. They think that they're victims because somebody else makes more money than they do. They're victims because somebody has just a little bit better house. Instead of getting off their ass and trying to do better, they want to bring the world down. And this is the AOCs, and she's out here running around to Georgia and all the rest of these places, and different places in the South trying to whip up their, their get out the vote crap for her because, apparently, from what I've been reading and understanding, she's thinking about making a run for the 2028 presidential election. She'll finally be old enough. Mature enough? Hell no. But old enough? Yep. She'll be old enough. I don't know why the dumbass just don't go back to slinging drinks. She was far better at that, I would imagine, and Jello shots and crap like that than she is at being a congressional member, because really she hadn't done a damn thing since she's been there except get out the vote to the morons and demonize Israel for protecting itself. I don't know. I've never in my life seen so much lazy people that we have right now. I mean, it just seems like every day you turn on the news and it's something else about some lazy ass person that wants to sue somebody because they didn't have what they had, or they they want them jobs or something like that. They demonized Elon Musk about becoming a trillionaire. Hell, I wish I could be a trillionaire. Really. I'd be that person that bought that damn island and tell the world to kiss my lily white butt. But the problem with people like the Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and everybody that's ranting and raving about Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire, all them fools are wealthy. What's their problems? They wouldn't give up their lifestyle for love nor money. And they've got plenty of it. Look at Bernie Sanders. He ain't never worked a damn day in his life other than being something in government for the last 50-something years. starting out in the early 1970s, you know, when he was nothing but a mayor or an alderman or something at some, you know, somewhere. But he, other than I think he made some porn movies or something I read on his bio there one time. But, you know, I guess he was a producer of them or something. And that's just about par for the course for an old fool like that. It just, it's stomach turning just to listen to all this garbage. And then you see these 23 or 24 people that wants to disrupt our 250th anniversary when not a damn one of them would live anywhere else but this country. All its warts and all the problems that we've had over the years, the growing pains through slavery, through everything else, they still wouldn't live anywhere else. If they would, they'd already packed their damn bags and gone instead of constantly trying to cause the problems that they're causing right now. You know, there's a reason why I believe in the Second Amendment and went through the concealed carry classes. And that, you know, I'd be a cop again today if they would legalize beating the holy hell out of these idiots. You know, that just instead of sending them to jail, just send them a good ass whooping and send them on their way. Maybe it's somebody, because they never had one growing up. They've had everything in their life except discipline. And that's exactly what the problem is today. It just, I don't know. People don't know how to live where they actually have to want something. You know, this generation that's growing up today, you know, needing something is not what they've ever had on their agenda. From Christmas to whatever, it's always been, here you go. You know, there's always been somebody there to pick the pieces up when they bust their ass. It's always been somebody there to wipe their nose, you know, and tell them how to live their lives. And now they're talking all this garbage about Israel and you know, let's just go ahead and create this terrorist thing. I hope the hell they send every damn one of them to Guantanamo Bay or something, you know, or death sentence, because you know damn well that it's going to be, right now it's conspiracy to commit murder. Every one of them that signed on to that stupid damn attack that they were going to do, you know, and talk about killing people, openly talked about killing people. That's conspiracy to commit murder. Insurrection. There's so many other charges that they can throw on them where they can just jack the jail up and stuff their ass up underneath it and say, you're never going to see the light of day again. You wanted socialism? You got it, because the government is going to take care of your sorry asses from here on until you die. And that's, I don't know, man. I get so sick of listening to these people today and these damn colleges that are nothing but induction centers for just the craziness that's being taught today. Why don't Americans get rid of the AOCs? You know, vote their asses out of office and let them go back to whatever life they want to live, because they're not doing anything in government that helps you. It's never been anything at all that they stand up and they raise their right hand and they take that oath of office, you know, where they swear to uphold and defend the Constitution. Yeah, okay, they can do that with their fingers crossed, but have they ever sat there and said that they're going to actually do something to better this country? You know, I mean, to help every American? No, hell no, they don't do that. They graduate to groups. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They want this young, impressionable people that are too damn dumb to tie their shoes. That's why they wear those freaking whatever they are, hey dudes or whatever they are. They, you know, I mean, it's just. But that's it never
Trump,
is.
That's the group where surveys say right now, like 60% of them believe socialism is a better way of life than capitalism.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're too damn lazy to get off their ass and work, Steve. They want something handed to them. And and that's exactly the life that they lived up till now, you know, until they open that door and kick their butts out and say, get out and earn your own way in this world. They'd find out that socialism is fantastic if you're one of them calling the damn shots, and then as soon as you run out of everybody's money, you're back to square one again. They don't know anything about living their life or anything. I mean, it's just always been something that's given to them. So socialism is very appealing to these fools because they just seem to think that, you know, all the glamour and everything behind it is you know, everybody's going to be equal. The biggest dumbasses that ever walked this earth are the people that believes everybody's going to be equal. You're never going to be equal. You know, you got people that's going to work their butts off to achieve things, and then you got other people that's going to bitch about it. That's the two classes of people that we have in this country right now. You know, people that'll get off their butts and make a difference for their family and you know, try to leave a mark on this. Well, you know, leave the campsite just a little bit better than what they found it. And then you got the other ones that are the ones that are just absolutely wanting to destroy everything because they got a raw deal in life. Big freaking deal. Put your big girl britches on or your big boy panties and straighten your ass up and join the rest of the working ranks. You know, they'd feel a hell of a lot better, you know, at the end of the day if they looked at a paycheck and said, I earned that. You know, I did that. No, they want it handed to them. And you got AOC and you got Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and everybody else is demonizing wealthy people, saying that, you know, look at Barack Obama. You didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen. Well, who built this truck? You know, I didn't build it, but I'm damn sure sitting in it, driving it, and I'm the one paying the damn payments on it. So, you know, where's them other people at? You know, if they want to chip in on some gas money, hell, I'm all game. But no, you don't hear that. You know, it's sickening to see what's going on in the Democrat Party right now, and it just, you know, the party of the working class. You know, now it's you know, let's have the dregs of society come over to our side so we can whip them up into a frenzy and get them to do stupid stuff, and then, you know, they'll blame Trump for this. Well, if Donald Trump hadn't been such a jackass, you know, these people wouldn't be thinking this way. They thought this way 10 minutes after they were born. I mean, that's just the way it is. They're the constant idiots that never see anything but hatred and discontent in this country. And it just turns my damn stomach, man. It really does, you know. Anyway, I don't know. I listened a little bit more on this deal we got in Iran, you know, and everything. And you know, I agree with John Kennedy and quite a few others when they're talking about this deal, because there's really no deal to be made right now. I mean, if you look at everything that they're talking about, that's just right now it's just thought. There's nothing on paper. They haven't, you know, done a damn thing about it. I thought, you know, told you the other night, I hope Trump pulls this off, but you know, the way it's looking, there ain't nothing much to pull off. I mean, it's just, and I really don't think that the Iranians is going to wind up doing a damn thing. You know, this is going to be this little short-term bombing campaign is going to turn into a long time damn back and forth, because I don't think they're going to do a damn thing. It just, you know, oil prices and stuff responded well today. Mm-hmm. They dropped way down, so it'll be another, you know, 6 months before fuel prices go down, because, you know, people are getting, this is where their profit margins is right now. A lot of these you know, places that are buying, you know, gasoline and stuff like that, they're getting it, you know, cheaper now. So let's just keep the price up there so we can, you know, get back what we lost in the very beginning. And I don't know, man. I tell you, it's everything's just kind of mixed up. Like I said, I hope the hell it works out, but they're dealing with people that, you know, life means nothing to them. Death means nothing to them. The only thing that means is to kill the people that they don't agree with. That's what the mullahs believe in. And until somebody, you know, signs a missile and puts it right in their damn soup bowl and gets rid of all them dirty bastards over there, this is exactly what we're going to be dealing with from here on out, is just this back and forth. You know, I look for it to be extended a hell of a lot longer. They're going to have a regime change, whether they like it or not. You know, I mean, that's just something that whether they're going to arm an opposition or, you know, do it somehow, hell, I don't know. I hope we don't put any boots on the ground, because, you know, I would rather them, you know, spend, you know, $500 million on a damn Moab, you know, as one of our troops, you know, spilling 1 ounce of blood in that damn place, because it's really not worth it. We've met our objective. They've outright said that enriched uranium is at the bottom of one of them damn buildings way underground. They don't have any means to dig it up. The only people that can do it is the United States. I say hit it again with some more of them bunker busters, make damn sure that nobody's going to be messing with it, and we call it a day. Just let them, you know, let them do whatever. Let Israel work on Hezbollah, blow their ass off the face of the earth. If we need to arm them a little bit, let it happen, because Iran right now that is completely decimated. Why do we give a damn about them right now? I mean, this whole thing about the Straits of Hormuz and stuff like that, they could put a stop to that in a damn second. You know, just anything that looks like it's got a trigger tied to it, that's going to be shooting at anything in the Gulf or any speedboats or anything like that. Hell, I'd park a whole battle group right there, just for, giggles and say, yep, send out one of these speedboats now. It's going to be at the bottom of the rest of them damn things.
Right.
But anyway, that's just my view. I'm just a little less optimistic than what I was last night about it after listening to more of it. So I don't know.
24 hours later, things change. We'll see where it goes, Grump. As far as the Strait of Hormuz, who was it that somebody had called in, I think, on our Monday morning program saying, if they open, how can you open the strait? How long is it going to take to get all those mines removed? Yeah, do we know how many mines Iran had actually planted over these past several months? I guess the answer is no. Yeah, my response was we have been secretly, like in the cover of darkness with the transponders turned off. We know the U.S. has been getting ships through the strait during somewhere along the line. They know that there is a clear path. Yeah, but as far as the strait totally reopening, a report this past day said it could take weeks, due to the presence of Iranian mines. Maritime security experts warn that the lingering mine threats could delay a full return to normal operations for more than a month's time. According to maritime security and shipping sources, conventional minesweepers and underwater drones may ultimately need anywhere from 40 to 50 days to verify the passage is safe. Now, we're talking month and a half. I mean, hell, getting close to 2 months, if that be the case. I guess worst case scenario. Hey, more to come after this. Let's get a newsbreaker service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been reached, but senators such as Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley say Congress has not yet been briefed on the terms.
It would be better, from my point of view, if we had had it in our hands yesterday, and I don't see a reason why we haven't had. We have not been briefed on it. We haven't been told that we're going to have a briefing.
The agreement would bar Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and they must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The full text has not yet been released. 6 men have been arrested in Florida after federal agents say they kidnapped 2 people from the Margaritaville Hollywood Beach Resort in May. Prosecutors say the victims were threatened, robbed, and one was tortured with a blowtorch during the ransom attempt before escaping.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show. Or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
To the Strait of Hormuz, real quick, the president expressed a lot of optimism Sunday that the oil's going to begin to flow on both ends following the agreement. Then Monday, he said the strait was already partially open, and noting that crews were conducting a little hunting for a couple of mines. The biggest uncertainty is whether Iran actually deployed naval mines during this conflict. Now, as I mentioned, although dozens of vessels have traversed the strait without striking mines, officials have repeatedly warned the threat is real. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told lawmakers earlier this month that Iran had indeed mined large segments of the strait. Germany's Navy reported information from U.S. and British sources indicating mines may have been detected in several locations around the waterway. So even the possibility of mines is enough to keep some shipping companies And obviously, the insurers wary. A supertanker and its cargo can be worth roughly $300 million, according to maritime officials. Companies are going to demand strong assurances before resuming routine voyages. Now, the U.S. Navy is expected to rely heavily on drones and unmanned systems to search and eliminate any mines. Underwater vehicles equipped with sonar can scour and scan the seafloor, while remotely operated drones can investigate suspicious objects and place explosive charges to neutralize them. Modern naval mines pose some rather unique challenges, they say. Some are designed to evade sweeping operations. Others use sophisticated magnetic, acoustic, and pressure sensors to detect ships. Experts say identifying mines among rocks, debris, other underwater cover is a rather painstaking process. Either way, U.S. forces will remain on alert as the administration evaluates whether the reopening agreement holds. Pete Hegseth said the military presence is going to remain as long as need be. Britain, France, Germany have positioned naval assets in the region, could participate in what would be multinational mine clearing operations if they deem that to be a necessity. So, how long is it going to take? More questions than answers almost. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Well, good morning, Senor. First off, I want to thank everybody for the good vibes and the congratulatory remarks on 26 years married to Lady Heatwave there. I didn't expect it to last this long, but we got a pretty good streak going, so let's try for another 26 more, right? Anyways, damn. Well, let's see here. Those people that were conspiring to do harm, mass casualties to the 250 wrestling or the MMA fight. Yeah, Grump, you're right. They need to be put under the damn jail, if not 6 foot under. I mean, you can't have this kind of stuff. I mean, they threatened the life of the president, plus gobs other people more. Now, I don't think these people deserve the light of day except for maybe an hour. I mean, let's put these people in federal lockup, maximum security, and, they want to, like he said, if they want to have, a different kind of government, well, that would be it. Totalitarian, is that what they call it? Totalitarian? Anyways, because they would, to quote Red from Shawshank Redemption, without permission, I can't squirt a drop.
Right.
So, I mean, do that. And it's always from the left. They're saying, well, there's some from the right. But it's like, where? Where have the threats been from the right? If Biden were to have passed away in office, I wouldn't shed a tear, but I wouldn't celebrate. I mean, these other people, they would rather take a life and make change that way. Now, if they're going to be this damn stupid, then they need to be put away, throw away the key, and feed them bread and water and vitamin pills through a slot in the door. And you know what? That's it. Or give them a choice if they, put a dog to sleep, or they can stay behind bars for the rest of their unnatural life. Let's make them make the decision. Well, as far as all these people that are screaming, "Oh, we got to be careful. This may happen." They're the same ones that said oil was going to go to $200 a barrel. Did it? No. Maybe, what was the most expensive it was? $120, $115 a barrel at one time?
Right.
It didn't get that high. I mean, a lot of these people are spouting warnings and whatnot. They have no idea what they're talking about. Marjorie Taylor Greene, we just gave up $300 billion or $300 million. It's like, you know what? I wouldn't trust her to tell me that daytime is light and nighttime is dark. I mean, that's just how I feel about these people. They're always looking for the negative. I mean, well, this is a war we didn't need, and then Trump comes up with an MOU or whatever they call that, and people are, well, we don't know what's in it. Well, of course you don't know what's in it. You're not part of it. Besides, you were part of the people that were going against this war. It is without doubt the most asinine thing in the history of government. When you and I and the rest of us were growing up, yeah, there were presidents we didn't care for. There were politicians we didn't like. But we didn't, jump for joy when, someone was trying to kill Ford or when Ronald Reagan got shot.
Sure.
We didn't do that. Because we knew that, changes were going to happen if it had.
Well, pretty much like Grump said last evening, we would, we set back, we bide our time. It's not the end of the world. Another election will come in 2 years. Another election will come in 4 years. And that's it takes patience to get through, but it's not the end of the world. Well, to date, it hasn't been.
And when a man has had this many attempts or even plots against him, he's obviously doing something right that's pissing off the left. And I was talking to the Lady Heatwave earlier today. I said, name one Republican or conservative that has actually gone out and violently removed somebody. We can't. We don't know of any. It is always the left. The left says, well, we need to stop with the violent rhetoric. Well, good. Be the first to start. It's just beyond me. And I guess Dana White had to apologize profusely to Michelle for the Albuquerque fighter that won, saying Michelle's a man. From videos and whatnot that we've seen, I don't know. I'm sure, nothing was doctored when Ellen DeGeneres was up there and they were all dancing and Michael had something swinging when it shouldn't be swinging in that area. But, as far as those people go, if you want to do something behind your bedroom doors that's not normal or, accepted in society, fine, go ahead.
None of my business.
Let's not have these. Yeah, I don't care. Don't force your alphabet soup commitment to yourselves and other freaks by demanding that baseball have, a gay night. Don't be demanding, we need a month to celebrate our queerness. Just shut up and be done with it. If anyone needs a month appreciation, then it's the military. We gave you these protections so that you can go ahead and express yourself, but you don't shove it in our face. And these people are so damn mad about how this country's being run, or they want to have socialism like a bunch of idiots on the East Coast and West Coast. Well, send them to a socialist country. Let them live over there on their own. And let's see how much they like it. Maybe some will become politicians and become rich. Others will probably just be poor, eating bugs and worms off the ground just to live. I'm not. Washington, D.C., they got someone that is a Democrat socialist. And you know who else was Democrat socialist? Nazis. But I digress. You know, D.C. really hasn't had, you know, mayors for that long a time. I think it was in '73 when they said, okay, you can do self-governance with mayor and whatnot. And they have. And what have we had? Oh, we had, what was that guy's name? Marion Barry, that got busted for cocaine use, went to jail, turned around, come back, and became mayor again. Then you got the city council that's actually running the city into the ground. It takes Trump to go in there and you know, clean it up. And now they've got this other damn socialist Democrat that wants to change, you know, D.C. and run off everybody like Mondami has done in New York City. You know, and then they grow up and complain, well, Trump wants to go ahead and undo democracy here. Well, I'm sure that when they made the agreement to let D.C. run themselves, I'm sure there was a clause in there, which I have heard that there is, and I heard this from Fox News, that it is in the agreement that, you know, if D.C. takes a turn for the dark side, that it can be bought back and run by the federal government. I guess Congress or the Senate or somebody could actually run the city as it had been prior to '73. Now, and if someone could tell me I'm wrong, then, you know, I'll abide by what you say as long as you got the proof to prove it.
Yeah, that's one I would not be able to address because I have no idea, not familiar.
Yeah, so I mean, it's got to be in there because you don't want to have your capital city run into the ground with, you know, like it had been prior to Trump getting in and cleaning it up, because everybody wants to go there from outside the country and see D.C. and the different sites that is there. So, anyways, hey, let me ask you something. At your previous location, were you able to get supplies as needed? You know, just either paper or janitorial or, you know, if you needed some work done, were you able to either get it done same day, same night, or, you know, have access to parts that you could actually do it yourself?
And I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Well, you know, it's like tonight. A tractor has been having issues, and we have a supply room that, you know, we have parts, but apparently it's not accessible for nighttime drivers. And, yeah, you know, it's like, well, okay, then our next option is to call maintenance. And since we don't have maintenance at our yard, we've got to, you know, call up a maintenance group, and all they can say is, we'll get into another truck. You know, if I wanted to work for a slip seating company, I would have. But, you know, I just went around to a truck and I found what I needed, put it on. Guess what? Everything works. But, you know, just to have the idea is, well, the company name is on the door, so any truck will do. You know, that's not the way it should be run, because you're taking away someone's job for that day or that night, you know, when you're cannibalizing from yourself, much less someone else from outside.
Well,
And,
we had access to, you know, like copy paper and things like that. If I had an issue, a technical issue, say the phones weren't operating, yeah, more often than not, they'd be like, we'll address it tomorrow. If the station was off the air, obviously, engineer would have to get out of bed and come in to see what the heck's going on, get it back up and running. But yeah, it was always, little overnights. Yeah, you don't get quite the attention. Obviously, throughout the daytime operations, there's an engineer on site, pretty much from the morning shift till probably late evening, 10, 11 o'clock in the evening. Then they go home. 'Tis the nature of third shifters, right? Quick 2-minute timeout. It's 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
All right, under industry headlines, starting with our friends at Landline at OOIDA. When a state declares an emergency, truckers providing direct assistance receive automatic relief from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration hour of service requirements. Question, should an emergency also extend the validity of a trucker's CDL? The Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles thinks so. In a notice scheduled to be published in the Federal Register here today, June 17, the Virginia DMV asks the FMCSA for an exemption that would allow the state to extend the validity of CDLs and commercial learner's permits during state-declared emergencies. Under current regulation, a commercial learner's permit is valid for no more than 1 year without requiring the holder to retake general and endorsement knowledge test. Meanwhile, state driver's license agencies can't make a CDL valid for more than 8 years. The Virginia DMV is seeking permission to extend the validity of CDLs and learner's permits when the governor's declared an emergency and explicitly authorized extensions. This would apply only to individuals who were issued a CDL or a commercial learner's permit after previously presenting proof of citizenship or lawful permanent residency. According to the Virginia DMV, this is needed because during states of emergency like severe weather events and natural disasters, access to DMV facilities and services may be significantly limited. Such disruptions may include temporary office closures, reduced staffing levels, system outages, travel restrictions, other safety concerns affecting in-person services, which may prevent otherwise qualified CDL holders from completing some of the timely renewals with no fault of their own. Commercial drivers may face the loss of driving privileges due to circumstances beyond their control, which may result in workforce shortages and disruptions to the transportation of essential goods and services, particularly during emergency response and recovery efforts. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's such a big deal. To me, sounds like more of a much ado about nothing. It's only going to affect a handful of drivers at any given time, unless you have some major extended shutdown, right? Either way, once the notice is published in the Federal Register today, there'll be a 30-day comment period. Go to regulations.gov website. You'll need the docket number, FMCSA-2026-0892. There you go, for what it's worth. Truck makers recalling certain newer model Mack and Volvo commercial trucks for a defect that could cause a wheel detachment. That's not good. I'll give you the full details and so much more coming up. Following a news break here as we roll into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance told Fox News last night that a framework agreement with Iran will keep the Strait of Hormuz open and bar Tehran from obtaining nuclear weapons, calling it a verification-based deal that ties sanctions relief to strict compliance and inspections.
We don't trust anyone. We do verify, and we do extend this hand and say, look, if you guys are willing to change, we're willing to change how we've dealt with you too.
Final details are being worked out before the formal signing on Friday. Green algae has returned to the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool in Washington just days after a roughly $14 million renovation was completed. Officials say warm weather and circulation issues are contributing. Questions are mounting over a costly project that appears to have delivered little lasting change. Vice President J.D. Vance is commenting on the Major League Baseball Bible verse controversy.
Vice President J.D. Vance is weighing in on a growing controversy involving Major League Baseball after players on the San Francisco Giants reportedly wrote Bible verses on caps during a Pride Night game. The MLB later issued a warning saying the practice violates uniform rules. Vance commented on social media, drawing sharp reactions online as the debate continues over free expression, league policy, and workplace standards in professional sports. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Over a third of Americans project a grim view of the nation's future.
According to a newly released Reuters Ipsos poll, 38% of respondents said the U.S. is not going to exist 250 years from now, while 62% thought it will last. When looking along party lines, 40% of Democrats said the U.S. will not endure another 250 years, while 26% of Republicans agreed as well. Polling also found 64% of respondents said American democracy was in danger of failing, which is up from 57% in August. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
A manhunt is underway after a gunman opened fire inside Wilmington Hospital in Delaware, killing a person, injuring another.
The suspect is outstanding at this time, and we are actively working to identify, confirm his identity, and locate him.
Wilmington Police Chief Wilfredo Campos says the hospital was placed on lockdown and the suspect remains at large with the victim's condition not yet released. Lawmakers have passed a $355 billion California budget, and a candidate for governor is weighing in.
The Assembly approved the plan late Monday after the Senate signed off earlier, beating the deadline in Sacramento. Republican gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton criticizes the spending as the total is higher than Governor Gavin Newsom's $349 billion proposal and would be the largest in state history.
More spending, more borrowing billions. I've been going through it. Running deficits, draining the reserves, and worst of all, when we have the highest cost of living in the country, more and higher taxes.
Now lawmakers and the governor have 2 weeks to finalize and sign the budget. I'm John Fink.
U.S. Senate candidate Dan Sullivan is celebrating as Alaska election officials have disqualified U.S. Senate candidate Dan Sullivan. 2 men, same name. Only one will appear on the 2026 ballot, citing ineligibility and concerns over voter confusion in the closely watched race. The move follows allegations of a scheme to exploit name similarity in the June 15th, 2026 election cycle. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups us today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, keeping an eye on the Gulf, where meteorologists warn about what could become the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season as it hovers over the northwestern portion of the Gulf. Could affect millions of people. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, with heavy rain. Officials from the National Hurricane Center believe this could indeed transform, as we said, to the first named storm of the season, Arthur. They may issue storm watches or warnings coming up. There are some watches already actually in place. Yeah, regardless of tropical cyclone formation, interest across southern and eastern Texas, portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, should prepare for periods of intense rain over the next several days, which could produce widespread, life-threatening flash, urban, and ultimately river flooding. Gusty winds, coastal flooding are also possible along portions of the northwestern Gulf, according to their post. On down the line, people in the Carolinas were also urged to remain vigilant regarding the storm system. Some of the medium-range models suggest energy and moisture is going to stream into the southeast by the end of the week. Yeah, the best chances for rain across the Carolinas appears to lie between Thursday afternoon and Friday evening. At this point in time, a large portion of southeast Louisiana has been placed under a flood watch until Friday. The National Weather Service said flooding could be particularly significant between now and Thursday. Yeah, when there's a slight risk of strong storms with 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds and tornadoes also possible. Yeah, we're expected to see some measure of thunderstorm activity on and off for the next several days. All right, potential Cyclone 1, as it's being dubbed at this point in time. Hey, good morning, Pappy. What's been happening?
Well, apparently a lot's been happening, right? Wow. Man, Steve, where do you start? Hey, let me start by nominating Rump for the big cookie. Man, you just nailed it, Steve. Steve, let me start, man. A couple days ago, last few days, I've been seeing these daggone videos pop up. I don't know if you've seen the Hollywood elites. I guess when Trump was doing his birthday party out there in the 250 deal, the left were holding their own little parties. Did you see any of them clips with Robert De Niro and Bette Midler?
I did not. No, nothing whatsoever.
The contrast, right, between the two, Steve. I mean, it's bad, right? I mean, you had Bette Midler up on stage singing a song. Sounded like she was out of tune. They had some other dude on a stage with a bunch of numbnuts up there singing. like anti-fascist Trump. Steve, it looked like something out of a camp for Girl Scouts or something, right? And the one dude was just singing out of tune. It was like a kindergarten performance compared to what Trump's performance was. And I said this before. You're not going to beat Trump when it comes to outperforming him with spectacles like this, because Steve, the man was running The Apprentice for how many years?
Right.
Right? I mean, that's his cup of tea, man. You're not going to beat him. They showed some clips of Biden when his last year in office, the June, right, ceremony at the White House, and it was just a bunch of blue-haired. I gotta be careful here. I mean, the contrast between the two is just. They even had one lady walking around with a shirt off, right, at the White House, and then you see the clips from this celebration, and Steve, it was, you just can't compare the two, man. And when they came out and sang the national anthem, and that, like Eagle was talking about, that bald eagle flew over, man, and let me tell you something, all the people in the front row seats, they're all servicemen and firefighters and police officers.
Mm-hmm. That's
who Trump gave the front row seats to. A lot of military people in there. But it brings me back to these Hollywood and DC swamp people, Steve. They are just snobs, right? They think their body odor does not stink. They look down at their nose at us normal people, working class people. We've all seen the actors, Steve, they are treated like Egyptian pharaohs and queens, and I don't understand it, where, like, you seen when Elvis was around, right? How all the women would just cry, man, and melt down because Elvis is on stage. And I never understood how somebody could make a hero or put somebody up like a Robert De Niro, an actor, up on a pedestal, thinking they're this great human being because they're an actor. I just don't get it. Even like with baseball players and stuff, I told you, I remember seeing Pete Rose, up at Northgate, and I got a kick out of it, but it wasn't that big a deal. I mean, it really wasn't to me, where some people just, they got their heroes and mentors backwards, man. Chelsea Gabbard gave an interview on the Sean Ryan show, and she said one thing that stuck out with her when she got elected. And the big deal is once you get elected in the Congress or whatever, in the Senate, you got to get on these committees, right? That's the big thing. Once you get on and start getting on some of these committees, then you're one of the elites, right? And she said they offered her, I forget what committee it was, but she was like, they were like, hey, man, they would know, and she might be the next female president, and let's get her on a committee. And she accepted. They went to I guess you can say, dinner references committee. She's standing in line at the bar to get a drink. And some congressman walks up to her, introduces himself, and he goes, blah, blah, blah. You know, they're having a conversation. He goes, what are you doing? She goes, well, I'm standing in line for a drink. He goes, no. You no longer do that. Everything is handed to you, you know. And she was like, that's not me, man, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you all can be your little snobs, but I'll stand in line to get my drink like everybody else, you know? And that's what, when I seen that interview with her, I was like, man, now that's a real woman, you know? That's a real person there, you know? And you see it, people have seen it at work, military personnel, police personnel, and even in the civilian world. Some people, when they get rank, right, when they start getting promoted and they get rank, right, they change. They forget where they came from. You know, the true supervisor, right, is they don't let that rank get to their head. You know, and that's the problem with these damn Hollywood elites, right, and these DC swamps.
Mm-hmm.
It goes through their head, and they think they're better than everybody else. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But Steve, the leftists, man, listen, they are anti-American. Anti-American, Steve. They want to, like Barack Obama said, fundamentally change the United States from socialism, i.e., communism, from capitalism. It's they come right out and say it. Tear down the statues, tear down the history of this country. Right, we're all racist. It was all formed a racist country. I remember seeing an interview. Did you see that interview with Morgan Freeman? He was like, they were talking about Black History Month. And Morgan Freeman said, shouldn't have a Black History Month. And the interviewer was like, what? You know. And the guy goes, well, how are we going to stop racism? And Morgan Freeman said, well, stop talking about it.
Right.
I put out a thing, reposted it. It was from John Stossel. Man, it was a hell of a clip. And it was, he named it Makers and Takers. Did you happen to see it by chance?
Did not.
So he was talking about the makers. All the wealthy people, right, in the United States, people that have businesses, companies that have made things, like Elon Musk, right? And then he talked about the takers, the Bernie Sanders, the Elizabeth Warrens that want to take and, like Robin Hood, so to speak, take from the rich and give to the poor. The old socialist thing. It was a hell of a thing. If you get on my Facebook page, you might have to scroll down a little bit, or just get on John Stossel's page, Makers and Takers. And that's what he was talking about, the DC swap. They just want to take and take and take. And Mayor of New York's finding out it ain't working out too good for him. Same way in California. We talked about this the other night. I believe people were just leaving, Steve. They've had enough. They're fed up. They're leaving. They're taxed. They're done. All right. Let's talk about this Straits of Moose. Then we'll get into this attack thing. Steve, this war was more than just about preventing Iran from getting the nuke. That was the number one thing, right? And I remember even saying this, and Trump said it, and a lot of guys said it, gets called in. I thought we destroyed all the nukes, so why are we bombing them?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Steve, the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has been holding the world hostage for the last 47 years with the Straits of Hormuz. And like all your so-called experts, like Heatwave was talking, fuel prices are going to go to $200 a barrel. The world economy is going to collapse if the Straits of Hormuz, and Iran knew this, and they have threatened to close the Straits of Hormuz many times. So everybody was afraid to do anything about it. They didn't want to be responsible for causing a world collapse. No other president, American president, was even willing to think about it. So what do? They just try to appease them. Let's hand them C-130s full of cash, right? Try to buy them off. Except for Trump. He knew that something needs to be done. They can't keep holding the world hostage. And Steve, I'll tell you, man, when they were like, we're going to block the straits, we're not going to let nobody through, and Trump was like, we're going to one-up you there. I think we'll just blockade it. You ain't going to block it. We're going to block it. Oh, my God, Steve. What a move. I'm telling you. So what he's done here is he has prevented Iran from using the Straits of Hormuz to hold the world hostage anymore. It's done. We're done. Whether they even sign this deal or not, Steve, within the first week of this whole ordeal, Iran was done. He bombed the hell out of them. He killed them all. Dude, I wish, I'm like Rump, I wish we would have taken all the mullahs out. I don't know how long it would take to find them all. Like we talked, they are split up into over 30 different categories, right? And I said, how did I explain that a few weeks ago? Like 30 different states, right? And you got one guy in charge of each state that's trying to take control of everything. So that's why there's been so much chaos in Iran. Nobody knows who they're talking to. One state saying one thing, another state saying another thing, and you got the civilian side of Iran saying something. So I don't know how hard it would have been to eradicate them out of there. But I wish it could have been done. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. See what this, they haven't really put out anything on this memorandum of understanding yet. Steve, we still don't, even with North Korea, Steve, it's the same thing. It's a ceasefire, so to speak. Mm-hmm. The war in North Korea has never been declared a winner. There's been no declared winner. So we'll see what happens. But I'm glad it's coming to an end. It needed to come to an end soon. We couldn't keep having these long-term wars. And I had a feeling this was going to be wrapped up. It wasn't going to be no 2 year, 3 years. Steve, how long has Russia and Monica Lewinsky been going at it now?
I mean, they're getting, 3 years? 4? I'm losing track.
That's 5 years.
Is it that far?
I believe it. Yes, sir. Steve, World War II didn't almost last this long. You could say, okay, it started maybe around 1938, 39, right, before even the United States was involved. But in 1945, it was over within 6-7 years. Within 4 years after the United States got involved in December of 1941, right, till September of 1945, Steve, the World War was over within 4 years. We literally kicked the hell out of Japan and kicked the hell out of the Germans, which reminds me, I saw a clip of the World Cup where the Japanese came in. Steve, they were out there with garbage bags picking up their trash, and they were going around picking up other people's trashes. Japanese people were showing more respect.
I saw that. Yep.
You know, our own Americans. Did you see the poll that came out about patriotism? And the percentage of Democrats was like in the mid to high 20s. It was over 90% of Republicans. Steve, what does that show you? What does that tell you? They are not for America. They are not the way this country was founded, or for the way this country was founded. They want to change this country. We talked about drone threats, Steve, for how long, man? Oh, my goodness. That probably ever since they started using them in Ukraine, right? So these cats were talking about putting explosives on drones. It wouldn't be that hard.
Right.
I mean, idiot. Okay, you got a drone, right? You take a 3-inch aerial shell, which you can get anywhere, Steve. Come on, right? Like the titanium salutes, especially the ones that really go boom, right? The ones with flash powder, right? You put it on a drone. You tie it with a string on a drone. You put a 30-second fuse on it, and you light it, and you fly the drone into the crowd of people. So they were going to use the drones to make these explosions.
And cause pandemonium.
And cause pandemonium, but the way they said they were going to do it was actually they had a plan and a design to funnel the people a certain way, right? Rather than just have everybody scatter, the plan was the way they were going to set up the explosions, it was the people were going to funnel a certain way, and that's where they were going to set up the snipers. Steve, if they would have gotten away with this, if this would have went down, just think of this. Think of that if they would have got away with this. My God. And I'm curious, Steve, to see how many of them are Antifa. I'm just curious.
And a total of like 23 people involved altogether. I know that they've got 5 in custody, right? Unless that's changed since I had an update. But hey, speaking of update news, a service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts, and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines. Built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been reached, but senators such as Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley say Congress has not yet been briefed on the terms.
It would be better, from my point of view, if we had had it in our hands yesterday, and I don't see a reason why we haven't had. We have not been briefed on it. We haven't been told that we're going to have a briefing.
The agreement would bar Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and they must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The full text has not yet been released. 6 men have been arrested in Florida after federal agents say they kidnapped 2 people from the Margaritaville Hollywood Beach Resort in May. Prosecutors say the victims were threatened, robbed, and one was tortured with a blowtorch during the ransom attempt before escaping.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
All right, got a brand new day coming our way. Good to have you on board. Get back to the calls here. I'll be heading down to the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Hump day. Mike.
There you go. Hump day. There you go. Hey, Steve, I heard you talking a little while ago. I know you didn't read the story yet, but I read it about the Mack trucks with the recall.
Yes, sir. Hadn't got back to that, have I?
Nah, but it's okay. You want me to help you out with it?
Yeah, go ahead. Lay it on them.
Okay, so Mack and Volvo, and it's on 26 models, and they are having a problem with tape being on the lug nuts, or well, I should say the lugs, and this tape is causing the lug nuts to back off and the tires to separate. So you could be driving down the road and your wheel could come off because it comes loose because of this tape that they're using. They have a paint process that they use tape on the lugs of the hub, and that tape is causing this residue from it is being left on the lug, and it's causing the lug nuts to back out. And when they back out, then the wheel loosens up and it separates, and your rim comes apart from your hub. Does that make sense, bud?
They're telling people that have the affected trucks to not drive them till they get them fixed. Like a do not drive recall.
Absolutely. That's I wouldn't think a painting process with that, taping up something with that. You'd think you'd be pulling all that stuff off, making sure you get it all out of there before you start putting anything back together. And somewhere in the process that somebody has forgot something, or it could be the tape they're using. They might be using some kind of generic tape that's, cheap. That could be leaving the residue in there and causing the problem with the lug nut and the lug. So, I read it. Is yours off of Overdrive? Is that the one you got it out of?
This was, I think, from CDL Life or Landline, one of the two.
Yeah, I read that, and then I saw another story about the load board, that company, what is it called, DAT, and Convoy are merging. Did you hear anything about that? They're going to form an app for the load boards.
Did not catch that one.
Yeah, I guess I don't know much about the load boards. I'm not an owner-operator. I don't pay attention to the load boards and all that. But there's one load board that's called DAT. It's DAT. It's Dial a Truck originally is what it started out as. That was the name. That's what that means. And they are buying Convoy and merging the two together, and they are going to form an app, or they have an app in process to where you be able to look and get your loads on an app more and do everything off your phone more, and it makes it a lot easier for the driver. Now, I don't know if that merger's happening or not. I'm still doing the research on the two companies. I don't know much about Convoy, but they basically have their system. They're another one of those type load board type of situations. So I don't know. Do you know anything about those two companies, Steve?
I'm familiar with DAT Solutions and our DAT Freight, Convoy. They've both been around a while, but like you, I'd have to do a little digging.
Yeah, I know. I read the article, and the article was real vague, and it was on Overdrive. But it's interesting, though, that there's not – I'm really surprised there's not more apps out there for the owner-operators to do all their, finding their loads on an app instead of having to go on a computer and look on a load board itself. It just seems like with technology we have today, we should have that availability as, if we're an owner-operator. You know what I mean? We shouldn't be talking to people on the phone as much as we used to. There's still brokers out there that are talking to everybody. But, it just amazes me. I figured we'd already be into that stage. Do you know of any apps like that, Steve?
Yeah, apps for acquiring loads?
Yes.
There's a number of them.
Yeah. I don't keep up. I'm not, like I say, I'm not an owner-operator, but it's something for the owner-operators to pay attention to. It sounded like these were two of the big hitters in that area that were merging together. Now, Pappy was just talking about the drone technology. Zelensky and those guys have already been doing that with the Russians. They've been dropping stuff in their trenches. The guys are in the trenches. They've been doing that for years now. And that's why Zelensky and them, they have really worked on, Ukraine has really come around on the drone technology. They are learning a lot about this drone stuff, and you can see it by what's happening in the recent news with happened in St. Petersburg. That was all done by drones. They're doing urban warfare with drones. They're doing, physical, back in the day would be hand-on-hand contact. whereas you got a drone attacking a guy. I mean, they're already doing that. You don't really need boots on the ground anymore, Steve. We've developed so much weaponry. It can all be put in a drone and put where it needs to be put. I mean, if you're paying attention to even the space, they're talking about going to the moon. We're not going to go to the moon directly. All those years that it's going to take, we're going to have drones up there looking the moon over before we even get there. Before we even step foot back on it again, there's going to be a drone that's going to go over the area where we're going to land.
Right.
And that's the way it's going to happen. I mean, it's just a given. I mean, the drone technology is out there. I mean, think about it, Steve. We don't have to worry about a pilot in a fighter jet anymore. Ain't that crazy? Who would ever think you'd get to that point where we don't have to worry about having somebody sitting in a tank? You know what I mean? We can have AI control it and go right to it. I know it sounds crazy, but it's there already. I mean, you think about it. You know, you don't need somebody in a Hummer out there protecting a convoy. The convoy could be all autonomous. I mean, it's going that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way it's going. You know, with all the technology out there, any of your transportation, it could be made autonomous now. I mean, it's airplanes that fly themselves. You know, who would think? I mean, did the Germans think about that when they were launching those, what they called the buzz bomb, which is basically, you think about it, that was in World War II, and that was kind of like the first creation of a drone. The V-1 buzz bomb was technically a drone. It was mechanical. It wasn't computer driven. It was all mechanical driven. But still, I mean, it was a variation of a drone. I mean, all those guys for so many years that have played with remote-controlled airplanes, remote-controlled cars, now they've turned in, when they're kids, playing with all this stuff, and guess what's happened now? Now they're turning into remote-control full-size cars, airplanes, and trucks, and trains, you name it. So we really don't need boots on the ground. I mean, you think about it. You think a soldier is being replaced by this, Steve. That's a crazy thought. Did you ever think you'd see that in your lifetime?
Yeah, and it was Star Wars fiction with the robot armies being built, and I think technically that's kind of what's going on now. That's going to be the future.
Absolutely, and I know, you know, we all think of the Schwarzenegger movies and stuff, and you know, but technically that could probably happen. That could happen. But, you know, and that's why a lot of people are concerned about their jobs. And also, Steve, I saw an interesting story yesterday. Did you ever think that a starter home for a first-time couple, you know, they're going and getting their house,
mm-hmm.
would cost $1 million? So, like, you know, the starter homes back in the day, they weren't big. They were little bitty houses. You know, you started out when you were starting your family. You bought this house, you paid it off, and then you bought another house. It's kind of like our vehicles, same kind of deal. You change up. Well, now we have houses that people are having to start out in, these little bitty houses that cost $1 billion in certain states, in certain cities. That's crazy. Did you ever think you'd ever see that, Steve?
No, sir. When I look back at my mom and stepdad's first home, the home that I lived in for a number of years, they paid like $18,000 for it.
Yeah. My mom and dad, their very first house, they paid $10,000 for it.
Right.
And they bought it in 1969. Okay. We had the house to 1985. And when they sold the house, they sold it for about $50,000 in 1985. Now, when my mother passed away in 2016, we sold the house for $185,000. So think about it. You know what I mean? That's crazy stuff. You know, I mean, we sold their house that was almost the same thing They bought, it's like something you pay $50,000 for, and then you sell it for $185,000. I mean, it's just, I couldn't believe it. And they're saying that the average cost of a house now, depending in the states, could be anywhere from $600,000 to $700,000, depending on how things go. And that's the reason that we have a lot of people out there that don't want to buy a house because financially, they're more financially able to rent than they are to buy a house and go in debt for it. I mean, they're saying now the average mortgage payment is like $3,000 a month. I mean, mine's nowhere near that, but what do you think, Steve? You think that's a lot of money, you think about it. $3,000 a month. I mean, just the rent in the Orlando area where I'm at right now, I'm getting ready to go buy that big Ferris wheel down here. Just the rent down in here, just the studio apartment's about $1,700 to $1,800 a month. That's a one-bedroom apartment, Steve.
Insane.
Yeah, that is insane. If you want to buy a, two-bedroom, one-bath apartment or, rent one down here, you're going to be paying well over $2,000. I mean, you got people that are renting on Clearwater over there by Tampa, $5,000 to $7,000 a month, Steve, for renting an apartment on the beach. You know what I mean? That's a lot of money to be renting, and housing that's why have you heard all the stories about our taxes down here, Steve, how they're trying to get rid of our property
tax?
Have you seen the story? They're floating all these stories about we want to get rid of the property taxes in Florida. The governor has been, they've actually, they've passed a bunch of stuff. Well, anyway, the reason why they're doing that is because they're just outpricing the housing down here. And it's because of the abundance of growth down here. And now it's putting us up into situations almost like New York and Chicago. Not quite. Not as bad as New York. New York and California. I think California is the number one highest as far as real estate goes. But they're trying to trying to keep it down from getting into that out of hand situation. But the problem is down here we have so much growth. And earlier you were talking about Virginia and the driver's license where they're trying to get the guys to do what they need to do in Virginia. Steve, we had that scenario in 2020 with COVID. Do you know that with the DMV?
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Yep.
I had to get my license during 2020. And let me tell you what, I almost didn't get my license. I actually had a letter from the state of Florida saying that I could drive until I could get into a DMV to get my license. My license wasn't late, but I came really close. I think I missed it almost by about 3 or 4 days. But the state sent me a letter saying, hey, because of COVID and because of what's going on with that, you're going to be able to get your license. Don't think you're not going to be able to get it or we're not going to allow it. But I ran into that situation, and that's the thing that we don't think about with these DMVs. And you would think that they would store that data somewhere to where they could grab it at any time instead of having it in some certain office. You think they would put it somewhere to where anybody could grab it at any time, and that's the situation we had down here. I'm not sure how it was up in Ohio, but it was that way here. So, but anyway, that's my thoughts for tonight. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a safe one and happy hump day. God bless America.
There you go. Thank you much.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector cups hours today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
All right, back to the phones. See if Eagles hanging in there. Rolling into hump day. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about a couple things tonight. With Donald Trump and about this situation. I know somebody else went over it earlier, but it's something that has to be talked about. You know, Steve, these people, man, I've been talking the first 2 times this week. I've been talking to you about these people that don't appreciate where they live at, don't appreciate the U.S. You know, I talked to you on Sunday, and then yesterday I talked to you about that. And then what I hear today, and that's even more of an insult, Steve. You know, it's bad enough that you have people from other countries that want to do bad things. But when you have a homegrown individual, these punks are looking at the ages of some of these guys in 19, 20, 21, 22. These people are still kids. They haven't even had a chance to live, and they already hate the country that they live in at that young of an age of the president. It makes no sense for somebody 19, 21 to have that much hatred, to want to do something like they had planned for the UFC event. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely.
How do you have, I can understand if it was a 50 or 60-year-old man, but when you're that young, you need to be out having fun, thinking about your future, what you want to do with your life, not trying to plan on in other people's life because you don't like the president, or you don't like what's going on in the White House. So now, 15 to 20 of them have ruined their lives. They go into jail, hopefully, for the rest of their life. As far as I'm concerned, they can throw away the key and never release them, or even better, even get them out of the country. They hate the U.S. so much that they want to kill the president and other people there. They don't even deserve to go to jail in the U.S. as far as I'm concerned. Because, see, that's the ultimate outrage right there, Steve. When you got I think a homegrown terrorist is worse than a man from Afghanistan or Pakistan or wherever the hell they come from. Because these people live here, and they should appreciate that, where they come from, and they don't. And what they had planned. But I want to say this, though, Steve. Over the years when we've had these different attacks, at the schools and stuff like that. And I've always said, well, what about the parents? How come the parents didn't see that this boy was out of control, didn't see that he had guns, didn't see that something wasn't right about him before he went to the school and shot all these kids? Well, we got lucky this time, Steve, that we finally got a parent that actually cared, and she knew something wasn't right about her son buying all these guns and ammunition, and she called the police and informed them that her son, that something wasn't right. And that's what alerted the police to this possible terrorist attack. So when we finally got somebody who did the right thing, I know it's hard to turn in your own son or daughter, but when they're getting ready to do something that's going to make headlines, because they could have did some serious damage, the plan that they had, flying drones into the event, and then they were going to have snipers trying to shoot people, some of the celebrities, the big name people that was in attendance, politicians, whoever. They could have, like I say, Melania was there, Barron was there, Trump, and several other people was there. They could have done some serious damage if this event would have took place. So it's really disgusting, Steve, to realize that we live in a society like we live now, where you got 19, huh?
Yeah, right. 19-year-olds willing to go to that extreme, trying to kill as many people as possible. They wanted to start essentially an overthrow of the government completely. Yeah, it's disgusting, man. It's disgusting that it's hard to believe that people could be that sick to want to do something like that. But like I said before, hopefully they get the justice they deserve, and it keeps other people from wanting to do something so dastardly. But like I say, Donald Trump, like you said, when you're doing good things, it makes people hate you. When you're doing bad things, people, for some reason, they don't care. But when you're trying to do the right thing for the U.S. and the country, unfortunately, you get a lot of hate from people. But like I told you, it's really sad, Steve, American people would do something like that. Now, let me move on to this other situation with Iran. Now, I'm getting tired of, I've been telling you this for the last 3 days, Steve. Right. The deal or no deal. Hey, we got to pause there. Hang in there. We'll finish up with the Carolina Jaybird. Brain Dead checking in here on a hump day. First news, a service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he plans to send a peace deal with Iran to Congress with a memorandum of understanding extending a 60-day ceasefire and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, while negotiations continue over Iran's nuclear program. In exchange, the U.S. will lift sanctions and end a naval blockade.
Trump has yet to give Americans a reason to believe that this latest peace deal won't leave them disappointed again.
Unless you were homeschooled by a day drinker, no one's confident that Iran's going to do anything.
Senators Chuck Schumer and John Kennedy expressing skepticism ahead of the Friday signing in Geneva. Dan Bongino is warning of evolving drone terror threats.
Former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino says the alleged plot targeting a White House UFC event highlights an evolving terror tactic involving coordinated second-wave attacks. Bongino says investigators believe explosive drones were intended to create chaos and redirect crowds toward additional threats. Authorities say the FBI and Secret Service disrupted the plan before it could be carried out, with multiple suspects now in custody. Officials warn that cheap, rapidly advancing drone technology is becoming a growing security concern. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture has requested California to share information about people who use CalFresh as part of a nationwide effort to stop fraud.
CalFresh helps low-income residents buy groceries with monthly food stamps. California and other Democratic states have challenged the federal government's efforts in court. California is the top state for SNAP spending, helping about 5.5 million residents, spending over $12.5 billion last year. Michigan, Illinois, and New York also received subpoenas. John Summers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A court in Manchester, England has found teacher Jamie Varley guilty of sexually and physically abusing as well as murdering his adopted 13-month-old son Elijah in July of 2023. He only had the baby for 4 months. This is the audio from the police interview.
Have you done anything to cause Elijah's death?
No.
Has John?
No.
As far as you're aware?
No, as far as I'm aware, no. And I trust you'd never do that.
As far as we can see, Elijah, when he came into your care, was a healthy baby with no injuries.
We have not caused Elijah's death.
His partner, John McGowan, was convicted of permitting the death after abuse involving sexual and physical assaults against that child. The Oregon governor has declared a wildfire state of emergency.
Governor Tina Kotek says increasing heat, dry conditions, and shifting winds can cause wildfires to grow. The declaration gives the Oregon Department of Forestry and State Fire Marshal access to resources they need to coordinate a response to fires. Oregon Emergency Management will activate the state's comprehensive emergency management plan, and the Oregon National Guard can be activated as necessary to help fight wildfires. I'm Brad Ford.
A real estate agent in Faulkner County, Arkansas, discovered more than 50 black rat snakes inside and around a vacant home while preparing it for sale.
100% non-poisonous to humans, real prone to catch mice and rats.
Wildlife officials say the non-venomous snakes likely entered due to a heavy rodent and nesting bird food source on the property. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
That just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, just like that, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you on board. Hump Day already. Now let me get back, finish up with Eagle. Had some thoughts on the Iranian developments. What you got, Eagle?
Yeah, I got a couple things to say about that. I want to ask you a question about one thing. Okay, now, Steve, J.D. Vance, I don't know. Apparently, he don't listen to your radio show. For some reason, he went to the View and did an interview with those traders to the United States, the women of the View or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. He went on their show yesterday or the day before and did an interview with these people. And these people before they, we talked about this the last 2 nights, Steve. These people that think that they already know what's inside the deal before it's even been published. They still keep insisting, that Donald Trump is Barack Obama, that Obama is paying these people money to make this deal happen. That's what these idiots on The View tried to tell J.D. Vance, and J.D. said no. He said that they have to show the proper behavior and act like human beings, Steve, and show that they're not going to try to build a nuclear weapon and show that they're not going to try to kill innocent people and torture their own people, and then they might be able to have a realistic society like we do here in America where they can get money. I have no problem with that if those people, because everybody needs money. But if they're willing to cooperate and do things the right way, I have no problem with Iran getting some type of money, because everybody needs money. They got to make money some way with the oil or something. You can't shut down the whole damn country and expect them to still survive. If you treat people like that, they're going to have no choice, Steve, but to go back to doing bad things if they have no money to survive. So you have to help these people if they're willing to help themselves. You see what I mean? And that's what J.D. Vance said. They have to show that they have no nuclear ambitions and that they want to live a civilized life like every other country in the world does. And then they can receive money. And that's the way it should be. Not like Barack Obama did with flying a plane load of money over to Iran. I wish these stupid idiots would realize that, but for some reason they can't figure that out. Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question, Steve, because I always tell you about Donald Trump. I'm going to talk good about Donald Trump, but then when I see something that I don't like, I'm going to call it out, and I'm going to say something about it, because that's just the way I am. And I want to ask you this question, because I'm putting myself in Israel's president in his path. Now, Donald Trump, this is not the first time Donald Trump has told this man the same thing. And some people say he's used profanities when he's done it. Now, let me say this, Steve. If I'm the leader of my country and somebody is attacking me, somebody's shooting missiles at my country, I'm going to respond. You can't expect me to sit there and let somebody shoot missiles at my country and not respond. Donald Trump is telling this man not to respond because it might affect negotiations with Iran. Now, I think that's going a step too far, Steve. I'm not going to sit back and let somebody attack my country and not respond. Well, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, the tables turned when Iran lashed out again and attacked us and took down the helicopter, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago. Trump immediately responded and started bombing the hell out of them again. I mean, it's pretty much the same. We would respond in kind.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to get at, Steve. I don't like Netanyahu. I don't like Israel. I don't like nothing about him. But I'm just saying, you have to put yourself in the position that man is in. If Hezbollah is shooting missiles at my country and affecting my people and killing my people, I'm not going to sit back and let them do that. Whether I respect Donald Trump or not, respect doesn't mean anything when my people are getting killed. So I think Donald Trump is going a little bit above the line when he says that, because if somebody was attacking America, I sure as hell hope Donald Trump would damn sure send a missile right back to him. So Donald Trump needs to think before he says that, as far as I'm concerned, because if it affects the negotiations that much, the hell with negotiations, because I'm not going to sit back and let somebody attack me and just let them get away with it, whether we make a deal or not, because apparently they don't want to make a damn deal or they wouldn't be shooting at my country. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, obviously, that's the whole the Hezbollah part coming in there in Lebanon. Yeah, Iran's trying to make Lebanon, Hezbollah be a central part of the deal, where it's hands off of Hezbollah to make the deal. But if Hezbollah's going to be launching rockets and missiles, what are you supposed to do? You can't just say, you're good. Carolina Jaybird, what's happening?
Hey, Steve.
Hey there.
Can you hear me okay?
Long time no talk.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm retired now, and I listen to you most every night for a little while. But the reason I'm calling, see if we and your listeners can get these people some help. You familiar with DCI?
Doesn't ring a bell. DCI?
Yeah, it's Drum Corps International.
Okay.
It's marching band. It's competition for the young people through the summer. And they have a corps of 150 to 160 kids from age 16 to 21. And DCI, best way I know how to explain it would be like NASCAR. They're the sanctioning body. And one of the corps is Music City Drum and Bugle Corps. And I drove for them after I retired for a couple of years, but I don't have my CDL anymore. I had to give it up. But there's a new group started. I think this is their second year, and they're Memphis Blues. And they need a driver. And it's going to be hard to fill the bill, I think, because they need a driver from July the 9th through the 12th.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, July the 22nd through August the 9th. They had the big finals at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. But this group is, like I said, Memphis Blues, and I've got the man's name and phone number, and I can put it out on the air or whatever you want to do. And call him, and he can give you it's a paid job. I would say $1,250 to $1,500 a week. And they have their own tractors that they usually lease from Penske. Most of the trucks come from Penske, not all of them. But this Memphis Blues, they have a truck, but apparently their driver must have backed out on them or something happened. And just wonder if there's any drivers that they'd be interested in doing that. Your job would be to put their trailer where they want it when they need it.
Mm-hmm.
When you've done that, then you're don't have anything to do. It's time to move that trailer again. So it's a pretty good little gig. Usually lasts longer than that, but I don't know why they got such a short schedule this year. But I'm sure the logistics could be, worked out. And can I give the guy's name and phone number?
If they don't have a problem with it, yeah. So if somebody, again, what dates were they needing someone for again?
July the 9th through the 12th.
9th through the 12th.
And I don't know when that's starting, where it's stopping. I guess Memphis. You start out and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
And then July the 22nd to August the 9th.
Okay. Couple weeks in the mix there. Okay.
Yeah. Well, his name is Keith, Kieth, Hall, Hall. And he is the director of this group, Memphis Blues. And his phone number is 615-319-2329. And these are some hard-working kids. I don't know if you know anything about marching band and these young people, but they work their butts off. I mean, they work.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to see them miss out. They done paid probably $3,000 to $5,000 to go on this tour and competition, and they need the stuff there with a truck.
Right.
I'm sure they got one known trailer. And they just leased a truck, and apparently the driver fell out on them. I don't know why.
Okay, so they have to load up all the instruments, the drums, and all that stuff on the truck, and then they obviously have a bus for the band members to go from point A to B.
Oh yeah. They'll have several tour buses for the members and the faculty and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Music City, I don't know what they got now, but they had a kitchen truck and done an equipment truck. Now, I think they've kind of outgrown the equipment truck, and now they've got two, and the kitchen. And the kitchen is fully contained. I mean, you can't take 150 kids to McDonald's. They'd love to go, but you spend a lot of time at McDonald's, I think.
Right.
Yeah. And they feed them good. And the driver can eat off the truck, too, and stay in the truck, or if maybe they're staying at a school, they can get their own room in the school sometimes. But I prefer to stay in the truck because everything I needed was right in that truck.
Mm-hmm.
In the sleeper. So maybe somebody could help them out, give Keith a call, and see if we couldn't work out the logistics. I hate that break is in there. I don't know how that would work, but maybe somebody might be living in Memphis that can hear us and give him a call and help him out. And I appreciate you taking my call tonight. And I want to tell you, I think the best guy calling in ever was the Lone Ranger, and I understand his health is not well,
Correct.
Not doing good.
Correct.
Sorry to hear that. I think the second caller is best caller is American Eagle, and the third was the Monkey Gouger, and I know he's retired also now.
Top three for the Carolina Jaybird. All right, so yeah, maybe somebody out there will have an opportunity to help him out there. You never can tell.
I hope so.
Yes.
I hope so. I would do it if I had my license, but I don't have so many heart attacks and stuff like that. They won't let me drive on them. I wish I could. Give me something to do. But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call. I love your show. And one other thing is, it seems like everybody's retiring. The whole gang.
Well, one by one, yeah. Everybody.
And these young bucks, they're not going to listen to this. They're going to listen to music or watch something on their phones while they're riding down the road, all kind of stuff. But I hate that they're doing that. You get a lot of good information on a show like yours.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate it, and I'll let you go. And if anybody can help them out, they would really appreciate it. It's a good group, and if they say they'll do something, they'll do it.
We got you. All right, and I got the name and the number here. And anybody out there, maybe that if you weren't able to write it down, maybe you could just send me an email or something. Message me, and we'll get it to you. I don't know, the World Cup. This is almost comical. So you got these teams from all over the world, and obviously fans from those home countries flooding into America. Well, Canada, U.S., Mexico, because it's North America. But apparently the Scottish soccer fans having a blast in Boston over the past week with what they call the Tartan Army. Tartan Army. Taking over the restaurants and the pubs, taking a victory lap after their 1-0 win over Haiti Saturday. And then they did a march to a Red Sox game at Fenway Park Sunday. But apparently they've also been drinking a lot of beer. So much so that some Boston bars have actually run out. Sam Adams says their Boston tap room ran out of Samuel Adams Boston Lager over the weekend because the Scottish soccer fans drank it dry. From Thursday to Sunday, it said the Tartan Army drank 4 times as much Boston Lager as they normally sell during a typical 4-day holiday stretch like the 4th of July. The company had to schedule an emergency delivery Saturday morning just to keep up. Sam Adams, they say, wasn't the only one. Hennessy's bar in downtown Boston told the Boston Globe that they tripled their St. Patrick's Day sales, sold out of beer altogether Sunday night. We've been here for 30 years. We've never seen anything like it, according to Hennessy's chief operating officer. Federal Wine and Spirits in the financial district told the Globe that they sold out of Budweiser and Corona Saturday, and the door on one of its refrigerators broke from being opened and closed so many times. They say, hopefully the bars are stocking up because Scotland is next scheduled to play Morocco at Boston Stadium in Foxborough, Friday evening, 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
All righty, back at it here. Are you a fan of Sam Adams there, Brain Dead?
No. I don't drink anymore, but, even when I did drink, no, I didn't drink Sam Adams.
Nor do I. I'm not.
What about you, buddy?
No. That's too beery for me.
Yeah, I never really got into that whole craft beer stuff,
and I'm not a fan of the lager stuff.
But anyway, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing
working
all
hard
right.
tonight, I see.
Is this like your Monday, or where the heck are you?
It's like Friday. It's like Monday and Friday wrapped up into one part 2.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there passing the house just to turn around to go to the warehouse to come back this way. So, let's see. Did you happen to see that Peter Crow Armstrong last night or the other night hit the cycle for the Cubbies?
I did not. No.
The 13th player only to do that in Major League history. That is something else. He's been a good player all season. I will say that. But did you also? I know you've probably seen this too. The MLB sent warnings to 3 players about riding Bible versions on
I
uniforms.
saw that. And then I see Rob Schneider, the actor, says if they get fined, he'll pay the fine.
I honestly, I sit here and think of what the players before would honestly think about what the baseball game today. And I'm not talking about like the Johnny Bench or the Pete Rose. I'm talking about like Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, Mickey Mantle, Lou Gehrig. Those players. Because back in the day, they didn't have these theme nights. They didn't have these theme months. They didn't have all this crap. It's just really gotten insane with what is going on with Major League Baseball today. Just let's go back to basics and just leave it the heck alone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I mean, for many, many years in various sports, players have had John 3:16, on their helmet or their hat or whatever. It's. I don't see a problem with it.
No, I imagine it's probably because of the whole Gay Pride Month or what. Next year they're going to call it something different. I have no clue on.
Right.
They changed this name and year and month and all of that because we've honestly truly have lost respect for other people. I mean, it's like Pappy was saying about the Japanese fans and the players. They cleaning up after themselves. I mean, we have honestly lost respect for one another, and not just in the sports world, but in general. I sit here, I watch these videos like Eagle does and everybody else, and just shake my head. I mean, I saw this one here in Memphis of a Popeyes drive-thru where 3 women are fighting each other at the drive-thru. I'm like, what is it, child support day or something? I mean, my God.
Right.
I mean, it's comical. It's comical because this one young thug went and kicked in some dude's door and beat the hell out of the other guy, and the other guy fought back. And it's like, what are we doing here? What has this country gone to, Steve? I have no clue. It just seems like in the last 30 years, it just has gone slowly downhill.
Yeah.
And maybe it's me, but.
Well, hold the thought there. We pause and return in a moment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been reached, but senators such as Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley say Congress has not yet been briefed on the terms.
It would be better, from my point of view, if we had had it in our hands yesterday, and I don't see a reason why we haven't had. We have not been briefed on it. We haven't been told that we're going to have a briefing.
The agreement would bar Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and they must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The full text has not yet been released. 6 men have been arrested in Florida after federal agents say they kidnapped 2 people from the Margaritaville Hollywood Beach Resort in May. Prosecutors say the victims were threatened, robbed, and one was tortured with a blowtorch during the ransom attempt before escaping.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
back at it here at 844-844-3388. Indeed, Hump Day coming our way. Well, for most of us, brain dead, Friday number 2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, buddy. Still got crap to do. You know, I mowed my yard this past day. You know, I had to give the grass a little trim before the city comes by and goes, hey, we noticed your grass is a little too tall.
Yeah.
They like doing. Our city has gone stupid. If you leave your trash can at the street at 6 a.m. the day after your trash is picked up, they fine you. If your grass is over a certain length high, they fine you. I guess they're that desperate for money. You know, the poor truck stops here ain't kicking enough money for West Memphis. But real quick, did you happen to see how much tickets are going for the semifinals for the World Cup are?
I have not. Is that in New York or where's that at?
I think so. I think that's in New York. You'd have to double check me on it, but they're starting now. This is just starting. This is not like the El Primo seats. They're starting at $9,500 a ticket.
Wow.
So you might be able to afford a couple of tickets with that ad money y'all been running there, the break money there you're having to pay. But now, real quick over the NASCAR world, I don't know if you saw it or not, but Chris Buescher signed a multi-year contract extension. And I kind of sort of saw that coming because Kroger is due to re-sign, and I imagine that they'll probably be re-signing with RFK Racing coming up. So that's kind of one of those silly season teams that really has changed. Does the name Steve Wade pass away? Does the name Steve Wade ring a bell with you?
Can't say that it does.
He was one of the foremost premier writers for NASCAR scene. He had been there forever and a day, knew a lot of the history, saw a lot of the history, as a matter of fact. He passed away this past day, a few days ago. Also, too, Steve, how would you like to win $1 million, buddy?
I would love to win $1 million.
So would I. When can I expect my donation? Oh, wait, never mind, wrong way. Anyway, the NASCAR's in-season bracket challenge is now open. So if you want to win $1 million, you can go ahead and do it. It's kind of like the whole NCAA bracket tournament challenge. Remember how we all do our brackets at the yeah.
So what are we picking drivers that are going to make it to the chase or whatever, and who's going to be champion kind of thing, or
pretty much they're starting this at Sonoma, I think, or what's that race after Sonoma? I have to go back and look at the schedule, but you just pick 2 drivers, who's going to win, and then they go on to the next round, and it carries over. I think it's over right at the cutoff for the chase, if I remember right.
Okay.
If I remember seeing it correctly. But now I'm gonna say something here to poor old Eagle here. I don't know why he's not going to wear his tinfoil hat. Now Monday morning, and correct me if I'm wrong, did I hear him correctly say that Toyota has an advantage as to why they're winning all of these races? Did I hear that correctly?
I'd have to go back. I don't know, maybe something along that line. They do seem to be dominating.
Well, let's step back a minute and take a look at a few things, shall we? Ford just sucks this year, and they just literally can't get their act together. Well, they're due for a body change coming up this upcoming year. Next year they're supposed to come out with a body change. So they have not changed their body since 2024. So now we're 2 years out. They haven't changed their body. What happened in NASCAR during the off season? They said, boys, we're going to turn you up to 750 horsepower. So with that being said, Ford has not connected the dots. Plus, from what I've heard, on the the Ford teams are kind of at odds with one another. They're not cooperating. They're not sharing information. They're not trying to help each other out. It's just all one for me and none for you kind of deal, if you know what I'm saying. So let's go to the Chevrolets. Now, the Chevrolets, they've got the horsepower. They've got the horsepower package figured out. The problem is their bodies. They just changed their bodies here like this past season. So it's just trying to get something figured out. And it's going to take a little bit more to get it figured out. They're on the right path. Don't get me wrong. But see, all these Toyota teams, they're working together. They're coordinating together. They're talking to one another. Now, as bad as Joe Gibbs doesn't like to talk to anybody else but the court system with the whole Chris Gabehart thing, the Toyota teams are working on it. They've not changed their body. The only thing they had to do is really just change the motor a little bit.
So does Toyota have any sort of an advantage?
How? You have to still go through inspection.
Yeah.
Every race you go through the inspection. They took 6 cars from the Pocono race back to the R&D center. And that's where they're trying to make sure every team is on a level playing field. And they just randomly pick them. I know Tyler Reddick's car went back. I think Bubba Wallace's car went back. Kyle Larson's car went back. And I can't remember the other 3. I think Keselowski's went back. I'm not 100% sure. But I do know that they have been saying, hey, 6 cars are going back with us. We're going to make sure. And they're looking and they're checking and they're trying to hit those teams. They're trying to find that advantage. They're trying to see who's doing what.
So not finding anything. No illegal adjustments or anything. Just.
Well, the illegal adjustments, if they do that at the track, yeah, they go to the back of the field. That's one thing, but they're not trying to see who's getting an advantage over other teams out there. That's where I'm kind of going with all of
Gotcha.
that. But one other thing real quick. Now, I know our senior Slacker friend is a diehard A&M fan, if I remember right, correct?
Yeah, all things Texas, I guess.
They shown the paint scheme. I can't remember the driver's name now, who's going to be running it at the street course here at Coronado. But Texas A&M has been put on the car with President George H.W. Bush. And I tell you what, though, if they make that into a die cast, I'm going to put that in my collection, Steve. That is a really nice looking piece if you ever get to see that. But that course, I don't know if you get a chance to look at it. Look at the road course. You're literally going to be running on the water. You're literally going to be coming down the hill and making a hard 90-degree turn to the right, and off to the water you go. So I wonder what the Vegas odds are on how many cars are going to hit the water, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, Steve, speaking of swimming, I want to swim home here in a little while, Steve, buddy. You have a good morning.
All righty. You got some rain coming your way, 17 before the hour. Yeah, just continuing to follow some of the various storm chasers and all today. Significant tornado threat for the Midwest and portions of the Ohio Valley. Let's see. A highly concentrated core of maximum tornado probability of 0.7 to 0.8 plus is going to be centered over central Indiana, extending into east central Illinois and westernmost Ohio, signaling an extreme risk of tornadic activity surrounding this focal point A broad, elevated threat area covers the rest of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, southern Michigan, northern Kentucky, with marginal risks extending further north and east, alongside a localized lower risk zone along the Gulf Coast. But because this volatile environment is highly favorable for supercells extending into the overnight hours, residents in these high-threat corridors must remain vigilant, ensure having multiple reliable, active methods to receive nocturnal severe weather warnings. For your safety during these severe weather events, rely exclusively on official updates, watches, and warnings from the National Weather Service and local emergency management agencies. And Scrapyard, what do you say? Good morning.
Good morning. Arkansas Interstate Emergency Action Report, mile marker 50 westbound on 40. Looked like a couple of big rigs got tangled up with some four-wheelers. From my side, it looked like a big rig hit the guardrail and flipped over and went down the hill. Down through there. So it's a pretty big collection of red lights and blue lights over that way. And the hammer lane was open, and but it may not stay that way very long. And I looked it up on iDrive, and they don't even have it recorded on iDrive. So when I rolled up on it, was pretty fresh then, I guess. But looked like a pretty nasty situation over there.
Somebody not having a good start to their Wednesday.
Oh, no, and all that. I thought I was not going to have a good one myself. I had some blithering idiot over on 49, silver Corvette. I was passing some slower trucks climbing that Bobby Hopper Hill and finally got over just shy of the tunnel, back in the right-hand lane, and Corvette had run up on me at well over 100 miles an hour while I was climbing that hill and slammed on the brakes, and then proceeded to get cheesed off at me because I'm out here doing my job, and then tried to, not once but twice, once while in the tunnel and the second time outside the tunnel, brake checked me. Yeah, trying to make all of us have a really bad night.
Right.
Y'all keep your eyeballs peeled out there. And earlier in the evening, they had a big supercell stepped across and was over around Baxter Springs, tornado warning. And what I gather, that Baxter Springs area got hit, but just before it got over to Joplin and Carthage, it finally it just lost steam and broke up.
So going to be a gangbuster day today if the forecasters are correct. It sounds like Illinois, Indiana, right in the crosshairs.
Yeah, that's and it's a good channel on YouTube. Not taking away from your show, Steve, but during the day, no matter the day or the time of day or night, it's Ryan Hall, y'all.
That is correct.
And,
I was going to say, Ryan Hall, y'all, and then I think Mike's Weather Page. He's a good one too.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know Ryan Hall's history. He used to be the top meteorologist, for the United States Navy.
Really?
Yeah, that Ryan Hall, he used to be a Navy meteorologist, and he was the top Navy meteorologist from what I gathered from other information provided. And so he's really on his game. He's beating the pants off of a lot of the local TV station meteorologists.
I think he's got 2 million YouTube subscribers. I do believe he'll be going live on YouTube and Facebook, and then he's got, I guess, a lot of these storm chasers and spotters out in the field are feeding him. They feed him video and information from on the ground that he shares on his page. He's a good one.
And he's even created an AI called YALLBot. And I think you can sign up on YALLBot like a subscription service.
Yeah.
And YALLBot will call you in case you're in harm's way, and it'll call and text you. And I think it even has overrides, like if you put your phone on Do Not Disturb, you're in bed asleep.
Yeah.
And apparently it can override it and call you and get you up and get you where you can get to cover.
That's one of those reliable sources for emergency. Yep, that's what people need.
All righty, well, I figured I'd call and give the westbounders a head up and all that stuff. It wouldn't get hemmed up, so I'm going to get out of your hair and let's get back to the rat killing.
All right, have a great morning. Safe travels. All righty, 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, well, it's been a while, but looks like he's alive. It's alive. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I guess today's the day to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
There we go. It's been a while. I don't know if we talked to you since last Hump Day.
I think I didn't get a chance to there. I was looking to try to Friday, and it just wasn't working out by the time I got doing something. So anyway, there. So we made it through. Had a good weekend. Actually met some new people there. I've kind of known the brother for, I don't know, a year or two now with the fire engine and meeting up with what they call them cars and coffee things. It's just kind of a random, that's not really random because it happens every week at the same place, but it's kind of just impromptu, there's no, you don't have to go, it's just there every week. So, but every Saturday or Sunday morning, there's two of them, two different locations at a mall parking lot. And I don't know, we usually have somewhere from 50 to 200 people show up sometimes, depending on what it is for a couple hours. And so anyways, this one guy and he and his brother have gotten into drag racing, like our friend Gear Wrench there, kind of.
Right.
But they run this Pro Stock Camaro that, as I was telling you before, it's a Bill Jenkins nostalgia car. And so actually they were racing within an hour of the house, and so I got over to the local track where they were racing at and got to hang out with them for the day. And I'll tell you what, the gasoline drag racers, those people ain't no different in the pits there than the diesel drag racers. Man, everybody's like, come on over, see what's going on, do this, do that, hang out, have food. Here, we're cooking, come eat here. Holy cow, I ate more food at the drag track the other day. I don't think I need to eat for a week after that. But yeah, so it's good time there. So
right.
I don't know. It's still really the family atmosphere type thing there at the drag track. It seems like, kind of like what NASCAR started out at. What we always remember to, you talk about being down in the infield and the pits are there, and the days before the races, you could pretty much get right up and close and personal with everybody. And so, but now it seems like a pretty good group of people, and these guys are doing some. So actually, they are headed to Ohio themselves for this weekend. And I guess, I don't know, how do you say it? It's Hebron, Hebrew? How do you say that out there?
Hebron,
that's it.
Hebron.
They're headed there. They got one of them straight line racing tracks there, do they?
Mm-hmm.
That they're going to. So they'll be there this weekend. I guess they got a whole bunch of other things going to be there as well. So if you're out in that area, and I don't know how close you are to them, but anyways, that'll be there. And I don't know. We got to go do a meet and greet for work there. One of the stone quarries is having a neighbor day, and so they asked me if I'd take the one of the pieces of equipment we use down there. So we're going to go out and meet and greet the stone quarry's neighbors. And
right.
I don't know. See how all that goes. It's supposed to be. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't turn. Hopefully it's not a touch a truck thing. I've gotten worn out on the touch a truck things. It's nice to have the kids come out, but I'll tell you what, it takes about 5 minutes to put the whole truck back together after the kids are been in and out of it and flipped every switch, pushed every button, tried to blow the horn, and whatever else they can get their hands on. But it's all good and fun and everything. But yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, just too much feeling like a carnival ride, trying to lift the kid in, lift the kid out, lift the kid in, lift the kid out. Then, you got the adults that are there and they want to get in, get out. And it's like, come on. But anyways, it's all good. I don't know. Guess there's been a little bit of stuff going on. Are we tired of politics yet? And this getting ready for the elections and everything, got all of these primaries going on. Holy cow. I think the mailbox was stuffed yesterday with flyers from everybody. And, as Rangers always said, tell me your platform. Tell me what you're running on, what you're about, what you've done, what have your accomplishments. No, every one of these flyers we get in the mailbox is saying how bad the other guy is.
Everything they do wrong. Yep.
Yep. How bad they are. And
no reason to vote for me, just reasons why not to vote for him.
Exactly. And then, of course, we got this state here where we're 75% Democratic. So, Trump is bad. Trump is terrible. Trump has ruined the world. And oh my, what's going on? But
and anyone that supports Trump is terrible as well. I don't know how much time you have, but we got to hit our news break here. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been reached, but senators such as Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley say Congress has not yet been briefed on the terms.
It would be better, from my point of view, if we had had it in our hands yesterday, and I don't see a reason why we haven't had. We have not been briefed on it. We haven't been told that we're going to have a briefing.
The agreement would bar Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and they must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The full text has not yet been released. 6 men have been arrested in Florida after federal agents say they kidnapped 2 people from the Margaritaville Hollywood Beach Resort in May. Prosecutors say the victims were threatened, robbed, and one was tortured with a blowtorch during the ransom attempt before escaping. Consumer Reports says your Uber or Lyft fare may not be as straightforward as it seems.
Their new investigation found the apps use complicated algorithms and even AI to tweak prices on the fly. That means 2 people taking the same ride at nearly the same time could pay totally different amounts. And here's the kicker. The report says some of those discounts the apps advertise are actually taken off prices that were already inflated. Consumer Reports says that could violate consumer protection laws in several states. Uber and Lyft say they're not doing anything wrong, but researchers argue riders deserve more transparency. I'm Monica Nelson.
Google is removing the Telegram app from its Play Store in India after government restrictions were imposed.
The move from the government was an effort to curb alleged examination-related fraud, misinformation, and cheating networks operating on the platform. The app can no longer be downloaded in India, but users who already have the app can still use it. It's unclear how this will impact updates to the Telegram app across the broader Google Play Store. I'm Matt Mattinson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Colorado's rolling back the controversial court filing requirement.
Colorado has reversed a controversial rule that required attorneys using the state's electronic court filing system to certify they would not share information with federal immigration authorities. Governor Jared Polis signed legislation removing the requirement after criticism from attorneys, lawmakers, and civil liberties groups who argued it raised First Amendment and federal authority concerns. State officials say the change restores access to the court system, while critics warn it highlights ongoing tensions between state immigration policies and federal enforcement policies. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The nation's biggest wind farm is set to start running this month.
The SunZia project in New Mexico has 916 turbines, making it more than 3 times larger than any other U.S. wind farm. A 550-mile-long power line will carry most of the electricity west, where hot weather can push power demand higher. The project will give the Southwest a major new source of electricity once the project's fully running. John Summers here's USA Radio News.
The CDC reports a multi-state infant botulism outbreak linked to Nara Organics powdered infant formula.
I think it's very disconcerting for families. They think they're doing the right thing by giving their child a nutritious formula, but in fact, those children have gotten botulism.
3 infants in California, Washington, and Pennsylvania were hospitalized after using the product. All lots are being recalled. Officials warn of serious botulism symptoms in the babies. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back at it live for our final hour. Thanks to Horse Feathers for making it official. Hump Day. Hump Day, here it is. All right, he only has like a 10-minute drive to his destination. He held through most of the break, had to drop off there, so probably has arrived at his destination. So with that, have a good day. Hello to Dave, the 3 Fat Truckers. Happy Wednesday, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Dave checking in from Little Rock. Heading back north this morning. Hope everyone has a fantastic day. Yeah, I came across your post there, Dave, here. Well, I think that was it. Dave was one of the 3 Fat Truckers. I can't remember your faces. I think it was you. As your highlight was actually having conversations with drivers from 2 other countries. Guess I'll be chatting about that on their next podcast of the 3 Fat Truckers. Speaking of other countries, Mark, of course, has checked in the last couple mornings. Yeah, Mark Wells said, I went to the Mid-America Truck Show this year, and I just want to say the American people are the most welcoming people I've ever met. Yeah, Mark checking in from the UK. Well, he might have been one you talked to. You know, it's when they say it's a small world, never know. All right, hello to Just Ignore Them. All right. Who else on board? 5-7 waking up here. Copy the mail. Go Navy. Good morning, all. There's Rick, Columbus, Ohio. Meanwhile, the recall we were talking about earlier, this was when Philip was checking in the wheel. A recall they describe as a do not drive recall from Mack and Volvo. Owners are advised not to drive their vehicles until the repair has been performed according to the recall documents. It affects 155 Volvo trucks, 644 Mack trucks. Document states that the wheel lug nut may loosen and allow the wheel to detach. Definitely a hazard. You may have an accident. And we know truck wheels, tires, can be deadly objects. A number of people have lost their lives impacted by a truck tire detaching, rolling down the highway. They've got all the, it's 2026/2627 models. Yeah, some of them, the Volvo VAH, VNL, Volvo VN, Volvo VHD, the VNR, the Mack Anthem 26, 26 and 27 Mack Pinnacles, the Mack Pioneer, the Mack Granite, and the Mack Anthem. Either say notification letters for both recalls were scheduled to be mailed out on June 5th. So probably should have already received those recall notices. I guess they don't waste any time getting those notices out when it's a do not drive, kind of a recall. I know Horse Feathers was on the call screen. He was kind of inquiring, what if we figured out what happened at Edwards Air Force Base with the B-52? And matter of fact, we did have a bit of an update this past day. The B-52 involved in the deadly crash during that test flight. They tell us made a sharp right turn, then nearly completed a 180-degree turn before plunging to the ground at a rate of nearly a mile a minute, according to the limited tracking data this past day. Of course, all 8 on board killed. The B-52 Stratofortress. A routine mission, part of an overall program to keep the long-running aircraft flying for decades to come. Obviously not yet clear what caused the plane to crash immediately after takeoff. Officials at Edwards Air Force Base said it could take up to 6 months to complete the investigation. Airfield was still closed on Tuesday. Crews were making the crash site safe for search and recovery teams to enter after apparently fires had flared up during the overnight hours. According to a spokesperson for the 412 Test Wing at Edwards. But the flight tracking that was available Tuesday showed the bomber turning to the northeast right after taking off, nearly completing a 180-degree turn before crashing on another runway. The data that comes from the system called multilateration, it does not show precise altitude or speed information, but it does show that the plane fell at a rate of descent 5,056 feet a minute. That's nearly 10 times as fast as a plane typically descends when preparing to land. It was supporting a radar modernization program. Colonel James Hayes, the deputy commander of the test wing, said in 2025, Boeing sent a B-52 to Edwards with a modernized radar system that's key to keeping the bomber in the air through at least the year 2050. Nearly 100 years after first entering service, a test team planned to conduct ground and flight test activities on the aircraft throughout this year to feed a production decision. The modern active electronically scanned array radar system replaced the bomber's antiquated radar. Unclear if it was the same aircraft that was involved in Monday's crash, but the AESA replaced 1960s radar technology and offers improved navigation and targeting capabilities. According to the news release from Raytheon several years ago, they're the ones that designed the new system for the entire B-52 fleet. The B-52, the long-range bomber, entered service 1955, designed to carry conventional and nuclear weapons. has been used in conflicts involving the military from Vietnam to Iran. Along with the new radar, the fleet of 76 B-52s are scheduled to receive additional upgrades, including new engines, crew compartments, conventional and nuclear communication systems, avionics, and weapons. The goal is to make the B-52 a complement to the Air Force's newest strategic bomber, being the B-21 Raider. Aerial footage, as I think it was Klondike Mike mentioned last evening, the aerial shots show virtually nothing left of the aircraft that went out the base about 100 miles northeast of Los Angeles. Obviously, officials said no one could have survived after reviewing footage of the crash. Those on the B-52 included government contractors, Boeing employees, and uniformed military. Edwards, home to the 412th Test Wing, which conducts regular developmental tests of all Air Force aircraft, weapon systems, software, and components before purchase by the service, as well as throughout their lifespan. Test missions take place at Edwards on a daily basis. This is where the Air Force test pilot Chuck Yeager reached that speed of Mach 1.05, broke the sound barrier in 1947. Aviation safety expert Jay Joseph said that often when a crash happens at very low altitude right after takeoff, a problem with the flight controls or possibly engines is involved. Still too early to know what caused this tragedy. Even in a B-52 with 8 engines, a malfunction, they say, can make the plane difficult to control if the pilot loses the outboard engines and those forces pushing the plane to get out of balance. Asymmetric thrust, they call it. And when something goes wrong this close to the ground, the pilot has very little chance to do anything. All right, 844-844-3388. Back into
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Where we leave off there, just ignore them. Chiming in about the B-52. Said a B-52 doesn't crash and burn on a perfect sunny day. I'm thinking sabotage. Parts made in China, parts made in Pakistan, parts made in Mexico. I don't know, are we still putting all those foreign parts on planes? I thought we pretty much said no more Chinese anything in any of our military equipment. That was my thinking, but... Hey, Scrapyard, what's your take?
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine, a coffee-drinking buddy, who used to work on B-52s, and I spoke with him earlier today about that. Every component on the B-52 is rebuildable. That's why it has lived so long. But back in the 80s, they changed the alloy. The aircraft has more magnesium in it. That's why it just burnt and was hardly anything left. But it impacted the ground at such speed and all that weight behind it, especially with a full fuel load, that it's what's called stall slip. The B-52, you don't want to, in a tight turn, any airplane will do what's called a stall slip. When you're making a tight turn, that inboard wing to the turn, if you get past, say, like with the B-52, what my buddy told me, if you get it, the wing tilt past 42 degrees, the further, say like around 45 to 60 degree angle, it's possible, but you want to do it at altitude. So it gives you time to recover. But the inboard of the turn is usually where the stall slip occurs, and all of a sudden the inboard wing is technically going slower than the outboard wing. So the outboard wing is generating more lift, and all of a sudden the inboard wing chokes out, and it turns you right into the ground. That, if you remember the video from that air show practice run with the B-52, and it crashed on the base into some hangars and warehouses, that was several years ago. That was a stall slip, and where it killed everybody on board, and massive fireball, and on that wreckage there was barely anything recoverable. But any wreckage recoverable from that aircraft. But they have to save on weight wherever they can, and they changed. I believe it was what Terry told me was back in the 80s they changed from pure aluminum to magnesium blend. And if you've ever worked with vehicle rims or lawnmowers, especially some of the older lawn boys, in fact, there was an incident many years ago when I was a kid when lawn boy came out with the cast magnesium deck. We were at a friend's salvage yard, and his eldest son took a cutting torch he's going to take and chop out between the front wheels and make what's called a brush buster for, getting hedges and those privet trees, and it just grows up in a horrible thicket. Well, he didn't realize it was a cast magnesium alloy deck, and he got out there and went to cutting on it, and it touched off, and that burns at 5,500 degrees Fahrenheit. He went and shoved it into a creek. Not right there at the edge of the salvage yard / car lot, and caused one hell of a dadgum explosion because it's so hot that any contact with water converts it into super high temperature steam, and it's still so hot it breaks the molecular bond in the water into pure hydrogen and oxygen and detonates it. So that's why these modern vehicles that have that have these aluminum alloy rims and all that, if you get it hot enough, say like when the cops put out stop sticks and blow the tires, and people are going along and throwing all kinds of sparks, and pretty soon it gets so hot that it just touches off and you can't put it out. You throw water on it, just makes it worse.
Wow.
But yeah, the B-52 and all that, that's the reason why it has lived so long. They made every single part on that aircraft rebuildable. Basically, plans and jigs and everything were all retained, and try to reduce some of the weight on it without sacrificing durability. They changed the alloy and added magnesium to the mix.
Well, I don't know that I don't recall ever seeing photographs from a crash location where there was, virtually, no signs of wreckage there. I guess everything is in itsy bitsy pieces.
Yeah, well, when you ever hit the ground with a stall slip, it turns you right directly and points you right straight at the ground. And if you got your engines cranked up full steam ahead, you have to account for gravity too, so it makes you accelerate. And then when you hit, it's like, you're talking about that nuclear weapon, the previous show, about it burying up, the more velocity you got, the farther in the ground you go. So, that's a lot of weight behind it, pushing it even deeper. So that it's doubtful at all if there'll be any recoverable human remains.
Wow.
And considering how hot that fire is, not from
the fire,
all that magnesium alloy.
No doubt, yeah.
Oh, all righty. Well, I'll let you get back to rat killing, and I'll get out of your hair.
All right, thank you much. So they were in a nosedive. Obviously, they didn't have an opportunity to get that much elevation to begin with, but they were plunging to the ground at 60 mile an hour, essentially, 10 times faster than what would be the normal descent speed for landing. Horrible. All right, from our friends at Landline, I think it was Mark Schrimmer that put this out yesterday. Have you ever had one of those friends who orders the appetizers and drinks with the group, but has a knack of disappearing when the check arrives? When it comes to the cost of maintaining our roads and bridges, owners of electric vehicles pretty much have been able to duck the bill for years. The Highway Trust Fund comes through fuel taxes. Translation, electric vehicle owners aren't paying their fair share. Just like the friend that's not chipping in for those potato skins. There is a provision in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee highway bill that would change that, at least the part about electric vehicle owners. You'll have to deal with your friend on your own, but the Build America 250 Act would implement a registration fee for electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles. Specifically, electric vehicle owners would be charged $130 annually. Plug-in hybrid owners would pay a minimal $35 registration fee. That's not bad. Sam Graves, chairman of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, said, I'd like to do the best we can to shore up the Highway Trust Fund. We haven't seen any new money in it in 30 years. We'd like to get money from electric vehicles. They're getting a free ride right now on the trust fund. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been reached, but senators such as Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley say Congress has not yet been briefed on the terms.
It would be better, from my point of view, if we had had it in our hands yesterday, and I don't see a reason why we haven't had. We have not been briefed on it. We haven't been told that we're going to have a briefing.
The agreement would bar Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and they must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The full text has not yet been released. 6 men have been arrested in Florida after federal agents say they kidnapped 2 people from the Margaritaville Hollywood Beach Resort in May. Prosecutors say the victims were threatened, robbed, and one was tortured with a blowtorch during the ransom attempt before escaping. Consumer Reports says your Uber or Lyft fare may not be as straightforward as it seems.
Their new investigation found the apps use complicated algorithms and even AI to tweak prices on the fly. That means 2 people taking the same ride at nearly the same time could pay totally different amounts. And here's the kicker. The report says some of those discounts the apps advertise are actually taken off prices that were already inflated. Consumer Reports says that could violate consumer protection laws in several states. Uber and Lyft say they're not doing anything wrong, but researchers argue riders deserve more transparency. I'm Monica Nelson.
Google is removing the Telegram app from its Play Store in India after government restrictions were imposed.
The move from the government was an effort to curb alleged examination-related fraud, misinformation, and cheating networks operating on the platform. The app can no longer be downloaded in India, but users who already have the app can still use it. It's unclear how this will impact updates to the Telegram app across the broader Google Play Store. I'm Matt Mattinson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 328 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 307 points. I'm Lisa Salvati.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Colorado's rolling back the controversial court filing requirement.
Colorado has reversed a controversial rule that required attorneys using the state's electronic court filing system to certify they would not share information with federal immigration authorities. Governor Jared Polis signed legislation removing the requirement after criticism from attorneys, lawmakers, and civil liberties groups who argued it raised First Amendment and federal authority concerns. State officials say the change restores access to the court system, while critics warn it highlights ongoing tensions between state immigration policies and federal enforcement policies. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The nation's biggest wind farm is set to start running this month.
The SunZia project in New Mexico has 916 turbines, making it more than 3 times larger than any other U.S. wind farm. A 550-mile-long power line will carry most of the electricity west, where hot weather can push power demand higher. The project will give the Southwest a major new source of electricity once the project's fully running. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The CDC reports a multi-state infant botulism outbreak linked to Nara Organics powdered infant formula.
I think it's very disconcerting for families. They think they're doing the right thing by giving their child a nutritious formula, but in fact, those children have gotten botulism.
3 infants in California, Washington, and Pennsylvania were hospitalized after using the product. All lots are being recalled. Officials warn of serious botulism symptoms in the babies. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, round and third, headed toward home. Real quick, wrapping up with the electric vehicles, kind of getting a free ride all this time. Yeah, they're simply using the highway with no buy-in or user fees. I said, I'm a small government conservative, but I also believe in user fees when it comes to infrastructure. If you're going to use the infrastructure, you need to help pay for it. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association supports efforts to ensure all users pay their fair share. This is just one of the reasons we're calling the Build America 250 Act the most pro-trucker highway bill in recent memory. Funding for truck parking, restroom access for truck drivers, addressing the predatory lease purchase agreements, efforts to stop cargo theft, preventing chameleon carriers, increasing the barrier to entry. All right, it's advanced out of committee. It's awaiting a vote on the House floor. So there's a ways to go before it can be signed into law. It has to advance on the House floor first, then in the Senate, before it can be sent to the White House. Again, the clock is ticking with each passing day. The current highway bill expires at the end of September. Please visit the Fighting for Truckers website. Send a message to your lawmakers supporting the Build America 250 Act. All right, Klondike Mike on board. Welcome back.
Good evening, Steve. Thank you for logging me in again to this great show. Steve, you're an Iron Man. I don't know of any show where the host is at it for working hard for 5 hours like you. The only person I ever knew was Art Bell for a 4-hour show. But, man, you put on a great 5-hour show, Steve. You're a very hard worker.
Well, it's great to have you with us. Welcome back. What are you thinking tonight? More thoughts on the Edwards Air Force Base, I think?
Yeah, excellent show. Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit to that base. You know, that base was established back in the 40s, but it used to be Muroc Dry Lake, and they used to race. That's where the first Bonneville was, the Bonneville Salt Flats. Back in the day, they were called Lakesters or Streamliners. The people that raced out on the lake, and it was a great time back then. I looked at some of the photographs, just fantastic, and now they race out at El Mirage and Bonneville, of course, because the Hap Arnold is the one that discovered Edwards. He couldn't believe the vastness of the lake. It's actually one of the longest runways in the world, and why the space shuttle lands there, or used to land there all the time. It was an alternate. People would line up on Interstate 14 there, Highway 14 heading north, and line up and wait for the shuttle to go overhead silently with its engines out. Pretty fantastic. But also the China Lake Dry Lake was discovered by Hap Arnold. Also flying along, they liked the remoteness of the lake, the dry lakes. It took, oh my gosh, it took forever in the old days to get there because you had to zigzag around the mountain ranges, and they said that was a good place to hide that lake. But I was out there once. I was dry shaking for gold on a little mine site there way out in the desert, and I hear this air rumbling. It was like the air was tearing. Well, what the heck is that? I could hear it over my little dry wash engine. and I looked out towards the east, and about 500 feet up in the air, this black dot was coming at me. And I mean, it was ripping. It got bigger and bigger and bigger. It was a B-1 bomber, Steve, with the wings swept back, all blacked out. And it was only 500 feet off the ground. It went right over the top of me. And, man, when that thing went over me, Steve, it was so loud and so just dangerous and scary looking. I said, who in their right mind could stand up to America's technology?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I couldn't believe this jet at that low altitude doing that speed, that big of a machine. Man, I'll tell you, the American engineers, there's nothing like the American engineer, especially in the past, the old school days. But I honestly believe, Steve, that something happened to that B-52 that they're not going to let us know for a while. They know what happened. It reminds me exactly, the similarities are so similar to the helicopter that Karen flew into that jetliner. That also had passengers on board that helicopter. And I know for a fact, Steve, that the Air Force is one of the most woke agencies we have. It's tragic, the wokeness that the Air Force has turned into. And I know Pete's trying to turn it around, and he's fired a lot of people. He's got rid of a lot of wokeness. But it's so disgusting what they've done to the Air Force. I want them to get rid of that metallic eagle and bring back the real eagle. When they did that, when they got rid of that eagle and they put that metallic piece of junk on there, I said, this is just another slap in the face, like not flying the rattlesnake flag that we got. What's that flag called, Steve, with the rattlesnake don't tread on me flag?
Don't tread on me, yes.
Yeah, they didn't want to fly that either, but I'm very suspicious, Steve, because the way that thing, every plane, when you make a sharp turn, you lose lift. You add power because you lose lift. My dad was a pilot. I flew many times with my dad. He was multi-engine rated, twin-engine Cessna 310 that I practically grew up in. But I knew all about that. There's just something funny that it came right back down and hit the airport at almost like it was accelerating, you know? So that's what I wanted to say, Steve, about that. It just sounds really really funny out there what happened there at Edwards Air Force Base, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that's what I wanted. I wanted to chime in and let you know about that. Give you a little more history of the past out there. That desert's fantastic, and it's just too bad that I've actually never even heard of a B-52 or seen one or heard one landing at Edwards. This is the first time I've ever heard one being tested at Edwards Air Force Base. Even though it's an Air Force base, you don't see B-52s out there because it's only 100 miles from L.A. It's really strange to see one out there, but and I'm surprised they're waiting now to change out the radar. Are you kidding me? I mean, they're still using 60s technology on the radar on the B-52. That doesn't sound right, but I've talked enough, Steve. I hope somebody else calls in, and thank you, sir, for letting me.
You got it. Thank you so much. I think the radar changes. They started, 2023 or something? I guess like testing this, looking to ultimately transition the entire fleet. But, yeah, it'd be hard to imagine they're still using that 1960s radar technology in this day. Well, let me see. I wonder how Blind Man feels about his SpaceX shares. Day number 3 after the Friday open. Up again on Monday, up again on Tuesday, surging, lifting Elon's rocket company now over Amazon into 5th place in market value, as the record-breaking IPO gives way to a torrid buying frenzy, they say. Shares of SpaceX were up to $213.35, up 10.8%, which gave the company a market capitalization of about $2.8 trillion. The latest rise is SpaceX announced they're going to acquire the artificial intelligence coding startup Cursor for $60 billion. A deal designed to further cement the Texas-based company near the nexus of the artificial intelligence boom. Now, the SpaceX fever, partly stems from enthusiasm over the company's growth potential, including artificial intelligence. But at least as important are the dynamics that have nothing to do with the company's operations or their profit outlook. Eric Clark is a portfolio manager and chief investment officer at AccuVest Advisor. He said there is no valuation support for this market cap. It's all retail excitement. It's just a momentum trade and retail excitement plus active growth managers wanting some exposure. Thus far, I guess, what have we seen? Shares of SpaceX have soared about 40% in 3 sessions since last week's IPO. There's a little bit of mania, he said, involving artificial intelligence and could be one of the beneficiaries of the spending on AI. Some are saying that this, as it stands, this is a bubble. These ventures have cemented investor belief that SpaceX resides at the nexus of artificial intelligence developments. Investor consensus also continues to propel Musk, already the world's wealthiest person, whose role as Tesla CEO also brings exposure to new developments in autonomous driving and robotics. While SpaceX has won plenty of attention, the company's lofty ambitions for AI are expected to consume capital for at least the next few years. I mean, SpaceX reported a loss of $4.3 billion last year. Nonetheless, their valuation puts them within striking range of Microsoft, currently worth $2.92 trillion, according to Yahoo Finance. NVIDIA is on top with nearly a $5.1 trillion valuation. Portfolio manager Clark says this bubblicious valuation is going to ebb once additional shares hit the market. The history of large IPOs is during the first year, and historically there's been a big drawdown. That should happen when the float expands and people get a chance to match the fundamentals via their first quarterly report with the valuation and the market cap. There's just a lot of hype right now is the way they're trying to explain it away. Plowboy here on a Hump Day morning.
Good morning, Steve. That's going to be a big deal here in a little bit, really. I think, it might be too much hype to have to see. But you said I was really calling in about something else, and you brought up your electric vehicles. $150 for a complete battery and $35 for a
hybrid? Yeah.
Boy, when you get to figuring the time we fill up a truck, how much taxes we pay for our fuel, I don't think that Tesla truck is going to be paying quite their fair share yet. Do you see where I'm at?
Yeah, it says electric vehicle. I mean, I don't. You'd have to think that like the Tesla, like the big trucks, the Auroras and all that, they're going to have to be paying more, I would think.
Yeah, I would hope to goodness they would. They weigh just as much as we do, and they probably care. Sure. You also, I forget, Klondike Mike brought up that B-52 out there.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, them pictures remind me of something else. And you were talking about there was nothing left of this and nothing left of it. Remember what happened? Back in damn near Christmas? Remember when Bucksnort, Tennessee blew up? You couldn't tell that building was ever there. Am I correct?
Right.
Where they were making an ordinance?
Yep.
It almost looked like the same damn picture, but different things. I mean, yeah, I don't think y'all ever figure out what happened in Bucksnort. I don't think you're ever going to find out what happened out there, Edwards.
I mean, I don't know if those type of planes actually have like a transponder, like the box recorder, the black box stuff. But I don't even know if that would have survived that inferno.
That's where I'm at, Steve. That's exactly where I'm at. But I'm really surprised that when they had that helicopter out there in D.C. when they crashed it, I was really surprised that one blasted going where it did. But, yeah, I don't know about whether one could survive such a fiery, explosive mess like this one was.
Right.
I don't know. Other than that, but boy, you had one good caller this morning. You've always got good callers, but Philip brought up something when he brought that up about Mack and Volvo. I was way off the mark when he brought that one up because, Steve, I was thinking about something else. I called Eskimo Mom and was talking to her on this one a little bit because, Philip, here's the deal, Steve. I was thinking about the water tape. You know how you put the plumbing supplies all together? You put a little bit of water tape. I would have really thought that would have been an okay deal. But I guess paper and vinyl tape is a little bit different. So, other than that, well, are y'all going to be in the mix for the bad weather over in your neck of the woods, or are you going to escape it?
The models are saying we could be in line. I don't think we're going to have nearly the tornadic threat that they're going to see in Illinois and Indiana, but it's supposed to kind of like be, while we're talking during the overnight hours, Thursday night, Friday, or Wednesday night, Thursday morning. I don't know. We'll see if we maintain power for 5 hours. What do you think?
Amen. But, hey, one key point on this. I will say this. Kansas had the start of it tonight down in the south. I did not hear or see any tornadoes involved in that tonight. I don't know whether y'all picked that up at first show or not.
I did see they had some severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour winds, I think ping-pong-size hail, but yeah, that was just a few supercells there.
Last weekend, the Power Pole Nationals were big, like really big. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. We had an off week after Evansville. Then everybody set their GPS for Hutchinson, Minnesota for the Power Pole Nationals. 7 Grand National classes made the trek to the land of 10,000 lakes, and the crowd was given a show. Unfortunately, Friday was a rainout with 0 hooks happening, which made Saturday's show even tougher. The shortest distance for a winner was 310, so there was some serious horsepower hitting the track. When the Pro Stocks finally hit the track Saturday, a hook of 330 by Kevin Schmucker on Get Her Done took the win by 14 feet over the TrailerMate Rampage, with Lance Little and Anger Management going 307, which was good enough for third. The Superstock Diesels had Zach Degenhart taking the top spot with Redline Fever after a pull of 310. In second was TrailerMate Diggin' Hard, piloted by Joe Degenhart, going 288, and Roger Peterson at 285. The Superstock Opens had the Minnesota Dirt figured out. The top 3 all went over 330. Cody Cheezick took Considered Armed and Dangerous 337 for the win over Aaron Hall and Taking Care of Business going 331.7, and third was Scott Wentworth with a hook of 331 even. The top 6 all tugged the sled well over 313, so everyone had the track figured out after they had an extra day in the pits to do some planning. When the light mods hit the track, they all put the power down. Every puller went over 300 feet, with Chase Richardson getting the win after a huge hook of 371 aboard Tag Team. He put 19 feet on second place Stephen Hood with Hush Money, and 26 feet better than Chase Smith and outclassed with his great hook of 345. The mods also had some great hooks. Corey Kielmeyer picked up the win after tugging the sled 356. Lane Bollinger and Money Pit took second, and Joe Rose took third after a hook of 314. The semis had the biggest hook of the night, with Lonnie Sailor Miller taking Holy Smokes 380, which is just a wild number. He put 43 feet on second place Douglas Miller and the Executioner. Rounding out the top three, Joseph Barber and General Stupidity going 322. Since not all of the NTPA Grand National classes were in Hutchinson, a few made their way to Ellsworth, Wisconsin for the showdown in Kurdtown. The light super stocks had Colton Whitworth taking the win over Bryce Pitcher and Brian Bowles. The two-wheel drives had Jason Sullivan taking the win over Wayne Timmerman and R.J. Simon. Finally, the 4.1 limited pro stocks had Jeff Ball picking up the win over Ray Hareen and Tom Gillis. This weekend, the Macville Nationals host the Super Stock Opens, the four-wheel drive trucks, mini modifieds, and unlimited modifieds taken to the track both Friday and Saturday night. Regional hooks include Region 3 has a hook in Northwood, Iowa, and Spring Valley, Minnesota. Region 2 has a pole in Fremont, Michigan. If you've missed any of the polls so far in 2026, you can relive them on Full Poll Live or watch any poll on the NTPA schedule via Full Poll Live. If you'd like to relive the 2025 season, every Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Eastern on RFD TV is NTPA Championship polling. The rest of June is a look back at the North Iowa Nationals from Rockwell, Iowa in 2025. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Alrighty, on the severe weather threat, right through the heart of Illinois, Indiana. They're in the bullseye zone today. Take you to the WTHR Indianapolis, where indeed they did see some severe storms this past evening. At least one confirmed tornado, dozens of hail reports, but the real attention is now today. A much more significant event could be unfolding. It was not surprising to see an upgrade to parts of north central and northwestern Indiana over into central Illinois, raised to a level 4 severe weather risk, and then expanding to level 3 across a large portion of the Hoosier state. There's going to be 2 separate waves of storms. And she says they both should be taken seriously. Wave 1, associated with the remnants of the overnight early morning storms developing to the west and northwest. There remains a lot of uncertainty regarding how that complex evolves. A warm front's going to be positioned somewhere near the I-74 corridor, and behavior of the storms will depend heavily on where that boundary ultimately sets up. There's a greater uncertainty on the potential for that first wave, which would be the remnants of the early morning storms to the west and northwest. Meanwhile, wave number 2 comes your way like later in the evening, let's say from 6 p.m. to like 2 o'clock in the morning, Thursday morning. That's the wave that carries the greatest concern, they say. So with that in mind, here in southwest Ohio, we're supposed to be in line for some of that during the early morning hours Thursday. We'll be here to bring you the latest live updates and maybe get some live reports from those out there in the heart of the action. Our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.